Continuation of this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. We have a few items to finish off from yesterday, namely the last few on the list of funding requests. So if we can get those up. Where do we get to firstly on the, there was a resolution.
Which one was there's one for the nuggets?
Yep.
Yeah, here, which one? Yep, so let's start with that. And then
Yes.
I just need to check with Councillor Benson what is intelligible around that place one.
Righto. Oh, no. Oh, God. Gee.
Funding per annum.
Per annum in there?
Yep. From 25, 26. Sorry, just, yeah. Thank you. Where's the funding going to, do we know? Going to retirement.
No. The computer. I was cleaning it at the same time as starting it. It's not good.
What do you do? I'll just check it.
We have this in front of us. Are there any questions for this? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I have two. One, is it not the Southern Hoi-Ho? I thought it was the Southern Hoi-Ho, not Otago Hoi-Ho. Number one. Number two, is that 50 for the Nuggets and 50 for the Hoi-Ho, or is that 50 for the Nuggets and Hoi-Ho?
Together. Maybe if I could. It's for them together, because I'll speak to it because there's different issues with both of them, and they're owned by the same organisation. You can put Southern Hawke's, yeah.
Councillor Gary.
What's the background to this, please?
Perhaps if I speak, can I speak to this?
Yeah, I think so.
Mayor
Someone
Raddick,
needs to
and I think
speak
then that
about
will explain it.
your motion.
Because there is quite a history to it. And full disclosure to start with, I had involvement 2019, a very small minor way to help get the Nuggets back on court. Our family were foundation members of the Otago Nuggets, and my youngest son was a school development player for the Nuggets 2 or 3 years ago. And I guess I'm disappointed to have to bring this motion to council. The Otago Nuggets have had a long history, as many of you are probably aware of, having started in 1990, and then they had to withdraw from the National Basketball League in 2014 because of financial difficulty. They were resurrected in 2020, largely to the thanks of people like, well, almost single-handedly like Angela Rusk, and also people like John Gallagher, who have been working tirelessly behind the scenes. And their licence were bought by SEN, an Australian company, Sports Entertainment Group. SEN have already relinquished the licence for the Hoi Ho. So that's why this is together, because the Hoi Ho licence, there's a group working behind the scenes, have put in a registration of interest for the Hoi Ho. So at the moment, there isn't a licence for them to play in this year's season. And I understand there are 3 interested areas, regions, that wanting to have a women's team. This is the women's team. SEN are currently funding the Nuggets in this season, but have said at the end of the 2025 season they're exiting and they're relinquishing their licence. There's a small group working behind the scenes who are voluntarily working very hard to secure sponsors and funding to continue the Nuggets. The Nuggets have it's wider than just the Nuggets. They have a very huge community involvement. While SEN have been a major funder, and that was kind of seen as the godsend to the future of the Nuggets, they've really been involved in schools and in the community. If you follow the Nuggets at all, you're one of their previous imported players who was back for 3 games this year, Todd Withers. If you saw the huge interest in people coming to see Todd, this funding goes towards their costs at the Edgar Centre and to allow the pricing of the tickets, for real family involvement. A lot of the players and the coaching staff are really involved in the community, coaching school teams, Otago age group representative teams. We have players who have played over 100 games in the NBL only for the Nuggets, players like Matthew Bardsley, Josh Aitchison, Darcy Knox, and those guys, if I use the example of Darcy Knox, when he finished his university degree, he's got a job to stay in the city with Jade, and he's been very involved in school basketball programs and representative basketball programs, so they really add back to the community. And this is about maintaining our status quo as a part of a livable city. Sky TV are very rarely in Dunedin apart from the rugby, and we get every time there's a home game we get coverage on TV, and the Edgar Centre, the more people who come along to the Edgar Centre, they get they take all of the profit from the food and beverage, so they don't. The Nuggets don't retain any of the profit from that, and we're working obviously to secure this as a pathway for our kids who can see that they too can get on the national stage and go onto things and onto bigger things. And I think it's important that we, support them. And I think people were pretty proud in 2020 when the Nuggets came back from nothing and won the National League, and then in 2022 went on to win again. So I think they've got a track record of being able to deliver, and I think it's just we've supported them in the past when to get them back in court in 2020, and this is up to if they secure the licence, and this is to signal. If you follow NBL, there was the Indian Panthers team who've had to withdraw this year, and the NBL are very conscious of making sure people have that the licensees are financially stable. So this is just to help them to secure that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. So, was that? Do you consider that was answering the question or speaking to the motion?
Speaking to the motion and answering the question.
Yep. Do we have any other speakers? Councillor Wetherall.
I just have a question around how much does it cost to be in the competition? Well, that's just being looked up. Is there a possibility of the Nuggets franchise being sold prior to the 2026 season starting?
It's about whether the Nuggets can secure the licence, because SEN have relinquished the licence, so they're in a bid to retain it. So if they didn't retain the licence, then we wouldn't continue with the funding. That's why it says that.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off. So the licence has nothing to do with the ownership of the franchise?
It might be more too complex a question to be answered at this venue.
It's $50,000.
I've asked the question, so I'm just seeing, but the person I'm asking, the person I'm asking is currently in Japan, so I'm just, yeah, so no, I know they're awake, but I'm just waiting to hear back.
Right. Any other questions? No. Okay, so, Councillor Wiley.
So, but Deputy Mayor Lucas, my understanding is that if a local, if a local group is not able to purchase or the franchise, the rights for the Nuggets and the Hoiho, there is a good strong chance that that franchise or that team and the structure around it will go somewhere else.
Absolutely. It'll be lost to the city.
And lost to the Edgar Centre.
And lost to the Edgar Centre.
Do you have any idea roughly what the Nuggets put into the Edgar Centre in the sense of the overall cost? It's in excess of the 50,000?
My understanding in the past financial year, in the past season, with both Nuggets and Hoiho, was in the ballpark of about 100,000.
And the other question I've got is that I understand ticket prices for adults are like $5 to $15, and is it under 16s or 15s go free?
They're very much wanting to have affordable for everybody to attend, especially, and they have family packages, and yeah, very, very accessible.
Oh, good. Okay. And because while you're looking for that, I've got one more question for you. Do we know what participation is like with basketball across the city?
Yes, basketball is the highest participation for our young people in Dunedin. It now exceeds rugby or cricket, and you only need to go there on a Monday or a Friday after school to see, for example, how many teams. And then they use all the gyms, not only the Edgar Centre. They use all of the courts on a Friday night, and virtually all of the school gyms in Dunedin.
Question, Councillor Menzabov.
I'm just concerned about the lack of clarity in the motion. Is it 25 each or is it 100,000?
No, because it's 50,000 in total. Because if the Hoiho aren't successful, then their costs are less because they play less games. So it's 50,000 in total that we would give to them to cover both the Nuggets and the Hoiho.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Okay, so we've already heard about the motion. Are there any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. the reason I asked those questions was to essentially help the table understand the importance of basketball to the city. It's not just about this top end of the team and having this type of representation, but if you go to a basketball game, you'll be absolutely staggered with the amount of families and kids that are there watching and enjoying the games. And I think that, to me, is really the success of basketball in Dunedin. We've invested and looking forward with the Edgar Centre and the roof. When we look at sport and we look at participation, and then you look at the mini ball games that are played in the Edgar Centre, and as Deputy Mayor Lucas said, at the gyms across the basketball across the city, you'll see every demographic represented. Put it this way, it's not just the athletes and the top sports people playing. It's a lot of kids, male and female, having a lot of fun on the courts. And when you look at the participation numbers, they're extremely strong. The other thing is, when you look at the 50,000 per annum for 3 years, and you look at across both the men and the women's team, and you look at Dunedin's history, it's extensively strong. But the other thing I want to go back to is what Deputy Mayor Lucas talked about, was actually how the players come back into the community and really are engaged with what takes place. They are very active. They don't just basically turn up, play and go home. They are working throughout the community as well, promoting all types of sport and activity. The final piece of this is actually, and I hate to use the words, it is a drop in the bucket versus what the bigger picture of how much money needs to be raised and everything else. But when you look at that $50,000, and then you heard from the Deputy Mayor about the money that goes back into the Edgar Centre, you know what, the offset, this is actually going to, I see this money coming back in spades back into the Edgar Centre and into our facility in that sense. So it's not like it's going to be money spent on salaries or other costs or marketing or anything like that. It's actually being invested and thrown back into the running the activity, and the cost that the Nuggets and Hoi Ho will incur through practices. We've got all sorts of noises going on. Practices and the games. There's a lot of costs relating to just getting the team on the court in that space. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say a couple of words. I was at a function the other day, and one of the families that my daughter goes to school with are heavily involved in basketball, and they're really worried about this. And they said there's genuine concerns that the teams might not be able to play in our city anymore. And they really need help. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was the main sport I played growing up, as basketball, for too long. My body tells me that now. But my nephew was a professional basketball player, and I love the sport. I think that the NBA is a professional league. It's not an amateur league here. It's professional. And professional sport can be cruel at times. You see it all over the place. And I look at this and I see that this motion says for 3 years. And I'm not against giving a hand up or a leg up, but I'm not necessarily happy with giving a hand out for 3 years. This is a professional team. And you can see, obviously, they're requesting money, but when I go to the games, it's a full house just about. They have great support from the community. They get a great door take, and it's unfortunate that they're struggling to the extent of what they are. But it is professional, And it just worries me that once again it could be a revolving door and this could go on for years and years and years. And I don't really want to set a precedent here against what we're voting on today. So I will not be supporting this. If it changed for a year, I most definitely would. But for 3 years, sorry, I can't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Again, I find myself agreeing with Councillor Weatherall. As I've said, this is about principles and values, and I salute Councillor Lucas for bringing this, reluctantly I guess, but I guess someone has to do the job. The submission was late, and again, I might be more inclined to support it if the actual submitters actually turned up and spoke to their submission. So, again, it's about political will, and I consider this, I mean, I don't like the term nice to have, but I think this is a nice to have ask. There are people who are homeless in this city, and as Councillor Weatherall said, this is a professional league, and because New Zealanders are sports mad, I have no doubt that they'll get what they need, and not out of the mouths and hands of people who are really suffering.
Councillor Barker.
I'm happy to support this. It's the second most played sport in New Zealand after netball, and there's been an increase of 61% in secondary school participation since 2000. And when we look at the statistics from Shamil sorry, I can't pronounce his last name, talked about that actually there were 353,000 basketballs imported, more basketballs than rugby balls. So it's actually a hugely growing sport and a really important sport. When we look about the, when we were talking about the Edgar Centre, we were talking about the importance of events to the economic impact of the city as well. So that was part of why we were supporting these. And we do have something coming up which is about attracting events to the city. And I actually think this is a more practical way of supporting current events that we have in the city. So maybe when we come up to talking about the budget about events, we might be able to think about swapping some of that money out as well to actually support events that we have happening in the city. And also sport is obviously important because of the benefits on health, etc.
Councillor Mayhem.
I'm not usually a supporter of sports, but I looked up Otago's participation rates, and they are the highest nationally for both boys and girls involvement for Otago, well above the national average, which is only 43%, but here in Otago we're punching high at 63%. Otago's overall participation in basketball has the most participants in Otago secondary school sport, with over 1,600 participants, followed by volleyball, netball, then rugby and hockey. And those are based on the 2022 statistics from National Census. I remember 1990 because Marshall Seifert actually championed basketball here for Otago, and he just went to Hamilton and was recipient of the Long Service Award for his 30 years of contribution as a commentator. He got basketball on TV and on the radio, and he also contributed to New Zealand men's basketball, hugely influential. So I'll be voting for this for all of our youth and for the legend Marshall Seifert.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Councillor Weatherall. I also fully support your sentiments, and you inspired me to speak, actually, when I wasn't going to. Is basketball important? Absolutely. It's important to those who play it, and it's important to the city, but that applies to every sport. Every sport is important to those who play it, and sadly, multiple sporting codes, probably pretty much all of them, always need endless, bottomless buckets of money. That's just the way it is. In this case, multiple reasons, probably primarily for the one Councillor Weatherall mentioned. It's a professional sport, it's a popular sport, it's in a lucky position compared to a lot of sports who have crowds falling off. So the future is pretty bright for basketball, whatever we decide to do here. And the mover mentioned Liverpool City, which it's great to see. I agree, we need a Liverpool City. But many people, Madam Mover, in this city are struggling with the most rudimentary forms of living in this city. So funding the Nuggets in the context of constrained funding for most of our most vulnerable in Dunedin who are truly struggling, I'd much rather fund, I guess, grassroots groups who come here often and we decline, or attendant facilities who come here and we decline. I think there's a more important need for our constrained dollar. So I'd rather fund them before funding the Nuggets and the Hoi-Ho. Yes, everyone does need money, but the question for me is, do the Nuggets need it more than those people in our city who are struggling to put food on the table or deliver really vital services at the true business end of helping to deal to a problem that is going to face us more glaringly as we move on in these times of austerity. So as I say, basketball deserves as much as any sporting code, but does it deserve it more? I don't think so. Thank you.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Weatherall is motivating lots of people to speak. I wasn't going to speak either, but I do agree in his comment in relation to this being a professional team, a professional organisation, and as per other professional organisations, I don't believe that it's council's role to be funding them. Just a question for the Chief Executive. Is this being funded through rates or is it under the new debt mechanism? Thank you. Well, at least it's up there as an honest grant. Again, I love basketball. I play basketball as well, and I really do support basketball as a sport. I know. You're a bit short. Well, he was. So anyway, getting back to this.
Focused, Councillor.
Yeah, keeping focused on this. Again, I support basketball, but I don't support this type of funding in this sort of situation.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, I guess I'm going to support it under two headings. One is we put a lot of money into city activation and we put a lot of money into the stadium for those same reasons. We put a lot of money into a lot of sports, to be honest. And the fact is that the Nuggets have won national championships in the past, so we're not talking about a team that can't have high profile. And when you see the name of a Otago team on the back of a bus in Auckland, because they're playing up there, then you've actually had advertising for the city. So there's one reason to fund it right there. Yes, franchises do threaten to come and go, but if you keep going, well then leave, then you are guaranteed to have one thing, and that is very few of those franchises left. And in terms of priority of spend, I was listening to national radio a couple of weeks ago. It was another sport, it was rugby league, and it was a guy who talked about how rugby league and the love of the sport had turned him around from being a convicted criminal to getting back into his community and contributing. And if you want to minimise sport to it's nothing but a pack of sweaties running around a court and that's all they're doing, then you've minimised one of its big impacts on society. It is often a place where those who are in fact unable to get any other enjoyment in life because they are coming from a deprived environment, that they can get it there. And to dismiss it is a bit, in my opinion, well, I don't have a word for it, to be honest, and be polite. So I think to minimise this is to say that this should be going to those who most need it. This is going to support an ecosystem for a sport which is very big, as we have seen, and it has multiple positive benefits for the city, is way beyond just whether or not you've got a branded team playing at a stadium in our city. So I would definitely be supporting it.
Yeah, now look, I'd just like to say a couple of things. Firstly, I support what Councillor O'Malley has just said. And the thing to remember is that, you know, active participation in sport and in sports, especially team sport, is one of the strongest preventative activities against mental health issues. Having people working together for a common cause, people playing sport together and being physically active does a heck of a lot for people of all ages in terms of preserving their mental health. And if you're talking about grassroots activity to help the people of the city, what this is doing is providing that aspiration that it's possible to get to professional sport right here in Dunedin. And of course, beyond that, we looked at the NBA for Stephen Adams, for instance, how high you can go. But it provides a clear pathway. Now, this council has just voted to make a huge investment in our Edgar Centre, which is a phenomenal sports facility, which can deal with more indoor sports than anywhere else in New Zealand. And you will have noticed how the weather changes here in Dunedin as we walked into this facility today. It's a little bit damp out there, and unfortunately right now that dampness is spreading onto the courts at Edgar Centre and making them dangerous. So we're going to fix that. We've also made a significant investment in half baseball courts around the city. So half basketball courts, yes. So half basketball courts around the city, which is also encouraging people to get active at their nearest playground. And there's quite a few of those now around the city. And my observation, driving along Hillside Road, it is very well used. And where do they go after that? Well, they join up in a team, and then they can go and play on a casual or serious basis as they like at the Edgar Centre, and then they have a professional team right here to aspire to. So having those high role models are very important. But not only that, this is not an endless supply of money from a bottomless bucket. All Lord knows we do not have a bottomless bucket in council, despite some activity that we've seen. But this is only for 3 years to get them started again. So I think it's just to help them get on their way. And when you look at, as we've just heard more than once today, this is the number one sport in the city and throughout Otago. So there's more people participating in this than others, and if we can do anything to encourage people to play sport, this is one of the significant activities that we can do. So, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I don't think anyone's disputing the value of sporting activities of all kinds, basketball included, to the community and to people's general health and well-being, or the importance of activities like this to the Edgar Centre. I know about basketball because I've got a son who's a basketball fiend. What I can't reconcile with this is, and I have a concern about the 3-year part of it, as does Councillor Weatherall obviously, but what I can't reconcile is the fact that this is a professional league. And there's plenty of room on most sporting jerseys for major commercial sponsorship of all sorts of kinds. And I guess it's something the mover can explain to us in the right of reply why this appeal is being made to the city when one would have thought there would have been the capacity for, it's not a huge amount in global terms, the capacity for funds like that to be sourced from corporate or commercial operators in Dunedin or elsewhere.
Back to you, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. In answer to some of the questions, the ticket price to attend a Nuggets game is, for an adult, it ranges from $15 to $20, and a child, until they leave high school, is $7.50 to $10. And the reason why the submission was late was because the people who were trying to put this together weren't aware of the need that they needed to put a submission in, and I had been urging them to get it in, and then it kind of the penny drop moment. They didn't speak to the submission. The key person involved, as you've heard from the chief, is currently overseas, and also a lot of the things that they're dealing with are confidential because they're in a bidding environment with other regions who want to hold these licences. The other question I've had is that the annual entry fee is $30,000 with a $5,000 discount for early payment, and securing the licence is $50,000. In answer to some other questions, this isn't a handout, this is a hand up. Council back in 2021 gave them a hand up to get them onto financial footing, and they have proven that they can secure major sponsors. They secured SEN's investment in the city, money from Australia that has significantly invested in basketball in this community, and they have a range of sponsors already. Night and Day, Chemist Warehouse, Hanley's Farm, Kogan Mobile, Better, they've got Sky Sport, they've got Whitestone Cheese, they've got Target Accounting, Spark Business Hub Dunedin, Meridian Mall and Tailor Made Motors, just to name a few. So they have proven that their ability to get sponsorship. This is what this is about, is the commitment from the city to help them to ensure that they get the licence in the current environment where the NBL are looking very closely at the financial stability of the franchisees because of the issue that they've had with the Panthers Indian team that did not have the finance. And I hear Councillor Barker, you're right, this is about supporting events that are already successful. They've proven that they can put on very successful events and run this. And thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for your reminding us about the huge commitment that Marshall Sci-Fi has done and the participation rates that we've heard today. And to give an example, a schoolboy player who is currently in year 13 at one of our high schools here was on court for the Otago Nuggets. That was televised throughout New Zealand, and it has actually been overseas. What a huge dream for that kid, and what it shows other kids in our city, that they too can get on court and be on TV. What a proud moment for his family. And I just think one of the key things that the Nugget and the Hoi Ho have done is, we've heard, they are out there in our community, and I think that's one of the reasons why our participation rates are the highest in the country for basketball. You see them, they're hanging out at the Edgar Centre, they're playing in the club teams, they're coaching, they're refereeing. They really give back in our city, and they don't take this lightly. And as Councillor Wiley said, this is recycling the money. We're putting this money through the Edgar Centre, and without the Nuggets and the Hoi Ho, I don't know how. I mean, we don't want the Edgar Centre to be coming back here, because that contributes a lot to their bottom line, having not only the court hire but the profit from the food and beverage that they make. And it's interesting. When my kids first started playing basketball, and I mentioned this the other day about the reference about on the court and not in the court. And when they first started, a very good friend of ours, who's a senior detective inspector in the city, who said it's very rare for us to see kids who are involved in basketball in particular through our doors. He said it's a great environment, and it's just something about basketball, and we're investing, as we've heard, in the city in a huge number of half courts. We want to invest in the roof. And the mention of Stephen Adams has run 2 camps here in Dunedin and has been completely sold out in minutes. It's a great sport and great, and as you've said, Councillor O'Malley, it's great advertising for the city. That 2020 year when we won, that first year when we won the national competition, which was based in Auckland, huge advertising for us. So I would like to think that we can support it. As you know, I'm reluctant to spend money, but this is something that I feel we need to support. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland?
No.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope?
Aye.
Councillor Gary?
No.
Councillor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Fiso?
No.
Councillor Lucas?
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Walker?
No.
Councillor Weatherall?
No.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Raddick?
Yes.
The vote is carried 9-5.
Thank you. On to the next. Well, I was looking for you. Yep, Dunedin Youth Council.
Have you got that one?
Yes, I have.
Oh. List here. Okay, are there any questions about this? Councillor Eklund?
What's the discretionary spend? Like, what's the money for?
Yes, well, I thought there might be other questions, so.
Like, we're the request here is to double it.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, because it just says discretionary use, I'm not saying I don't support it, I just want to
Yes.
know what it's for.
Well, I think it's better to, speak to that, answer the question in case that triggers other questions. And then we can deal with questions and then go to your speaking to the actual motion, which is, this is like the nuts and bolts of it.
Cutting my speech out from under me, Councillor Eklund, but that's all right. Ostensibly, it's everything that they do, everything from Soundwave Youth Festival, all the stuff through Youth Week, their radio show, their podcasts, all their mahi and support that they give to the youth community, particularly after events, most recently the tragic event at the bus hub, campaigning for everything that is important to rangatahi and the youth of the city. And that's also partly why B is there, because they are unable to, through an obscurity of the agreement, unable to raise any funds to be able to do events themselves. So, for example, the Soundwave Youth Festival had to be a free event because they weren't allowed to sell tickets, because that would have been seen as making money, so they couldn't actually then cover their costs, let alone do anything else. Plus, it's also then for the catering for their fortnightly meetings, and heaven forbid they should actually want to put on any further events or anything like that. So that is what it is for, rather than for putting towards new uniforms or whatever.
Great. Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, now the other half of your opening comments. Thank you.
Well, so not to be too cliched, but I'll be brief. In fact, now I'll be even briefer. Because the way I figure it is, you either agree with supporting youth, treating the DYC as representatives of the youth community and value their input, or you don't. You see the things that they do, that I've laid out, as being important and worth supporting, or you don't.
Any other speakers? Councillor Fiso? Microphone, yep.
Thank you. Thanks. Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to record my thanks to the mover, and I'm not sure who seconded it, but as the young people from their submission when they came and spoke to it, just like to acknowledge their kaha, their mālosi in coming to speak to us, and just acknowledge the mahi that they do. They have been long concerned about issues of safety and health in the bus hub long before Enere Tāna McLaren was stabbed, McLaren Tāna. So I just want to again record my thanks to Councillor Gilbert and salute the mahi of the Dunedin Youth Council and the staff that support them. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I just want to say a big shout out to the student youth group. They do a lot of work in their own time. They're really enthusiastic, and the more we can hear of their voices in our city, I think is really beneficial, because they are our future. And some of them already are doing incredible things. They are certainly worth working with, and I'm delighted they're part of our, organisation. But I think we could do more with them. So to give them the little bit of funding they get, a bit more would be, if it helps them do more activities and get their perhaps raise their profile a little bit and show, get them to help them do a bit more work. I would say these are a group of people that if you give them a little bit, they'll make it run like, my sayings and not, I forget all the sayings, but like on a smell of an oily rag. But, you'll get huge benefit from them. They invest a lot of their own time, which will be volunteer. And so I think it's an investment because they're so enthusiastic. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Like others around this table who've attended youth council meetings, you cannot but go away incredibly impressed at the leadership of these young people. They are impressive leaders, and I look forward to watching them in future years. Because we will see them on a national stage, I have no doubt. One of the things that's really impressed me about them, and I have confidence in their ability to use this money wisely and for the good of youth, is that they are absolutely staunch around standing up against racism, standing up against anti-transgender rhetoric, and their mahi is a very inclusive mahi, a warm, welcoming mahi, and they impress me tremendously. It's been a really rough year for the Youth Council, a really rough year, as we know. And this really speaks to our belief in them. And I think the point about being able to raise funds is a good one. That teaches all sorts of entrepreneurship and things like that. So I wish them well, and I would really encourage colleagues, when the opportunity arises, to attend youth council meetings to make that effort, because you will leave incredibly impressed, and I wish them the best.
Right. What a reply, Councillor?
Thank you. Again, I agree with everything that's been said. Councillor Houlihan, you mentioned about doing more. I fully agree. I have a dream that they can be involved in some manner or form with some of our meetings, not from a voting point of view, but actually seeing how it is, because we've got to remember we are, as Councillor Gary alluded to, developing future leaders. So what better way than to be able to sit right behind us and be a part of the process, for understanding the conversations that take place and how decisions are made. But again, I am a dreamer. And as Councillor Laufiso pointed out, they were long concerned with issues at the bus hub. So arguably their toughest role is trying to get the leaders of today, us, to listen and keep their thoughts, needs and hopes in mind.
Thank you. There's a lot of positivity in the room. We'll just take the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So, next motion. We have one or two more? One more. Yeah. Guys. Okay, so there's the motion on the screens, and we'll have some questions. Any questions? Do you want to? Yep. Sorry. Questions? Council. Oh yes. Well. Yeah. Look. The motion came from, it's on the sheets that we had, came from Councillor Benson Pope, I believe. Oh, I know it's not written. But in the first instance, we'll have some questions, because there may be questions of staff, there may be questions of the mover, which will be Councillor Benson Pope. So we'll have some questions first. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you. Reinstatement of all place-based funding. What place-based funding has been removed? Into what? How much? Like, what's the number we're talking here?
My understanding, it's the $30,000 of that would have been inflation adjusted that was not distributed. That's my understanding. So, place-based grants were originally put in.
Just the microphone.
Sorry. When place.
Oh, Ms. Ellen.
Would you like me to answer that one?
Yeah.
The last 10-year plan had increases programmed of 30,000 per annum until the fund reached 550,000. It got to 490,000, which is what we've got in the draft budget. So that didn't incorporate an increase because of the ring fencing and the grants pool not changing while the grants review was taking place. So it remains at 490,000.
Can I ask another question?
Okay. Yes.
So shouldn't this be saying that there's an extra $30,000 to be provided?
Well, that's quite the phraseology.
This needs just a tiny bit of work. If it's to reinstate the previous motion, which is to increase the fund to was it 550, Carolyn?
Yes, it needs 2 further steps of 30,000 to get it to what was planned in the last 10-year plan.
So it's 60,000.
So it's 50. It's 30 a year for 2 years.
30 plus 30.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, whatever, yeah.
So this is asking for 30,000 this coming year, and then 30,000 for the next year.
It's asking for 30,000 this year to bring it up to 520, and then the next year it increases by another 30,000 to 550,000, and it remains at 550,000 per annum.
Okay. Question.
Can staff remind us, please, how many place-based groups there are receiving this funding?
We've been advised that there are 10.
It's approximately that, but I can send out a figure.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I raise this because of not only the submission from the South Dunedin Community Network, but the presentations that we had during the hearings from groups who do amazing work in their communities all over the place. And I was party to the original instigation of this funding, not the instigator of it, but I was sitting at the table when it was raised and agreed, and that was because council felt there was inequality in distribution of funding to areas that weren't serviced by community boards, basically. And since that time, I think we've seen the value of that decision in supporting people like the South Dunedin Network, but others like the people from Middlemarch and so on, who actually are working alongside a community board but receiving funding and doing really good work in their community. So I think in terms of grassroots support or support for grassroots community organisations, this money is worth its weight in gold. And I was disappointed when we agreed as a council to not pay out the increase. I have a better understanding of what the dynamic of that was now, thanks to what Ms. Allen said, but I think it's important that we recognise the valuable work these groups do and don't sell them any shorter than we already are.
So, yeah. Now, well, one of the things that we were asked for during the hearings by the Greater Green Island Community Board was that we have a set of KPIs for community boards, come before place-based groups. Great, yes, not community board, place-based, community network, Greater Green Line Network.
That's fine.
Yeah, so so that we have actually some measurement and some basis for the allocation of funds, because my understanding is that not all community boards get the same amount of funding. Is that right, or is that not right? Place-based groups. Yeah.
Staff have just circulated the list of the 10 groups that get the funding.
Well, questions, make it a question, please.
Make it a question. Whoever wants to answer it. Isn't it the case that this place-based fund is really important in terms of operational funding, the very sort of funding that place-based groups struggle to get? So, i.e., the paying of wages, which and all of us who sit on any community group know that that's a real battle, and this is a real set core source of that funding. That was the question.
Yes, Councillor O'Malley.
What is the mechanism by which the council determines a group is place-based? Councillor Walker, will you please stop commenting while the questions are being answered?
No,
I didn't ask you. I am. You have been speaking.
Councillor,
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor,
I've
no,
got this person in my ear all the time.
Councillor, yes. And Councillor Walker, please refrain from commenting till you have the microphone. But I couldn't hear you comment, but I could hear the murmur from the background. So it's you're certainly not the only person in the room that does that, but you're certainly not the first person to be cautioned about it. Anyway, do we have an answer to that question? Can you repeat the question, please, Councillor?
How does the council determine how a place-based group is a place-based group? How do they determine their relationship to the place?
Yes, and do we have a methodology? Do we have a system or a level of service? Do we have some KPIs, any sort of measurement or any sort of determining criteria? No? Yes? No?
Yes, kia ora, councillors. There are criteria. It is based on geographical location and the size of the community that they serve.
So what does geographical location mean, given that there is a couple of community place-based groups that have community boards in close proximity? It means just as long as they're in Dunedin, or?
I would have to send out the exact criteria, but they are determined based on the criteria set by the council.
To me, it would be. Would it be better to have a review of how we allocate the money and what it's for, so that we have a system for it before we go putting more money into the system that is not quite clear?
It is clear.
I think the system probably is clear to the people who use it, Mr. Mayor, but if council wishes to review it again, that's entirely at the discretion of council. Indeed.
Okay. Yes, so would it be better to wait for the grants review and then just determine it then? Okay. Are there any further questions? Councillor Gary and then Councillor Weatherall.
Yeah, I've got two questions. One is just checking this for clarification, Ms. Morange. The place-based groups can raise funds, can they not, as opposed to the community boards, which cannot. So I believe, and I just want to check, I believe Strathtyre Connect Charitable Trust, for example, came to us at some point in the civic committee and talked about the amount of money they'd raised. Their local community board cannot do that, so it's quite different work. Is that correct?
That's correct, councillor.
A second thing I want to clarify is, and Ms. Moran, I'm sorry, I can't remember if you attended the community building hui? Yes, you did. Thank you. Could you give an indication of the flavour of that hui in regards to the importance of place-based funding?
I think that's a really difficult question for a staff member to ask. If you wanted to reference that in your speech, I think probably that's a better place for that.
Okay. Councillor Weatherall.
I just want to go back to the distance between these place-based groups. And I'm just looking at the list of 10 here, and you've got Greater Green Island, Caversham, Corstorphine, South Dunedin. If you put them on a map, they would probably be within 1 kilometre of each other, just about. You mentioned, Ms Miranda, about the distance between how they spread amongst the community of Dunedin, but what is the distance?
Thank you, Councillor. There is no specified distance. I'm just reading the criteria here. A community can be a suburb or group of suburbs, so it doesn't specify particular distance between each group, but they are or groups that support a suburb in a geographical area.
Councillor Eklund.
Thank you. So 30,000 this year, 30,000 next year. How does that extra funding get distributed amongst these 10 groups? Is it 3,000 each, or is it contestable? What's it for? And I appreciate that the comment was made that this is in relation to adjusting for inflation, but I'm perplexed as to where this is going in terms of the outcome of the actual use of the extra funds, and it's also part of the
surely that will be determined by the grants review, but in the meantime...
The place-based fund sits as part of the contestable fund in the grants area. It's circa $3.5 million in total, of which at the moment the place-based portion is $490. All of that money is currently allocated by the grants subcommittee in its various iterations. So that's where it sits, and that's the process, from my understanding.
Yes. Are there any further questions? President Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Maybe this is a question for Ms Allen. I'm surprised that the fund in the budget is $490, because I thought we had held it at $460 in the current financial year, and that we weren't, and then we'd ring fence all grant funding. So I'm surprised then it's then gone to $490.
If we could have a minute just to check the file, it's 490,000 in our agenda papers. We're just checking that.
Okay. Now, was it noted during the long-term plan hearings, when we heard from Ben McKenzie of the Greater Green Island Community Network, that he wanted to have goals for the place-based funding?
Mr Mayor, I would think that we'd...
And is that a question that was noted? And is that a question that will be referred to the grants review?
No, not unless there's a council direction to do so.
Right. Well, I'd like to foreshadow a motion that, should this fail, independent, I'd like to shadow a further motion that we apply some, that as part of the grants review, or wherever most appropriate to place it, that we come up with some goals and some KPIs, yes, for the place-based groups and the funding that council provides. Yes, so, yeah.
Mr Mayor, I just want to know, in terms of process, given that the grants review is happening, which includes the place-based funding pool, what's what is the point of your motion?
Well,
You're coming on top of your motion, or the foreshadow one, will be
Well,
coming on top of the review.
yeah, that's
So
what
I'm
I
just-
was suggesting.
If I could just
We'll just
help
burn
out
around
here
the
a little
circle.
bit, councillors, I think we need to focus on the motion that we have, which is a funding request, and then with the Mayor's foreshadowed motion goes to our process, and then we will provide some advice around where that would sit. But at the minute, it's only been foreshadowed. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded up there. I think that should
We're
be the
still in the
focus
middle
to
of
start
that.
with.
Yep.
'Cause otherwise,
Mr Mayor, if I could confirm, the budget is 490,000.
Okay. We've covered questions. Okay. Are we still?
that's fine. It's a different matter I'm doing, Mr Mayor.
Okay. So we can move on. So the mover of the motion is Councillor Benson Pope. Do you have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Walker. Okay, please speak to it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've largely, in my earlier comment that you permitted, made my views fairly clear. Sitting around this table, we have lots of people coming in making submissions, and I don't think that any of them could be described as more grassroots and effective in their communities than the ones that we've seen here. We know that groups like the North East Valley people, I think they're probably the first and extraordinarily effective. Same thing is happening in Mosgiel with the group there. Same thing is happening with some great work, resilience work in the Strathtyre area because of the group there, not because of the community board. And the same thing is happening in South Dunedin, and no different comment would be no different for any of the others. For each of these groups, these are not large amounts, but they depend on them to operate effectively in their communities, and they provide great simple value in developing communities and relationships and looking after people in the various parts of the city. And I think it would be a terrible demonstration of lack of support for our communities, especially in our lower income communities, if we were not to support making this funding as robust as we can afford, which I think it's not what they asked for, it's not what South Dunedin asked for by a long chalk, but I think it's a sensible way to progress. If people want to have KPIs and goals and targets articulated more clearly, then there's a review happening, which this is subject to, that will give effect to that intent. I've got no problem with that, but I think that's a separate issue. I think there's no doubt that what these groups are doing right now in the community is entirely desirable and laudable and should and deserves support.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I thought I'd just speak on this for a second because initially, when I served on the Mosgiel Community Board as the councillor there, I did think, why is there, it seemed like, I felt initially there was a bit of a double up between the Tare group and our Mosgiel Community Board. However, the more I delved into it, I realised they are doing quite different things. And what I will say, from what I've seen anyway, and I'm not a professional place-based fund group person, but but what I would say is that from what I've noticed and what I've seen going along to their meetings every now and then, is that these people, these organisations are doing huge amounts of work, a lot of it volunteer, and it really is grassroots stuff. And to me, I see it now because they've been set up. If that funding, or if they were taken away in any, if those groups didn't exist, people would suffer because of it, because they are now they're so entrenched in their communities, and they're doing such good stuff, and it's stuff that we don't get to do. We haven't got the funding for it, and we haven't got the enormous volunteer hours that these groups have and do. They really are grassroots that, as I said again, we don't really touch. And I think our city would be worse for it if we didn't fund them. So I will support this.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the mover and seconder. As a veteran of community boards, I can testify to the difference. And I'm a person who was sitting on the community board at the time that place-based funding came up for council, and I was opposed to it because I felt it would undermine community boards. I have since changed my view entirely, because I understand that the work that the place-based groups do is work that the community boards cannot. They're quite different, and if I take the Strathtyre Connect Charitable Trust just as an example, I recall when they came to present at the Civic Committee the work they were doing in suicide prevention. Now, that is not work that the community board would be doing. It would give seed funding potentially to a group, but it is not the core work of the community board. And there are other vast examples of, so many examples of this. And I just, excuse me, I'd ask colleagues to reflect on the decisions that we have been making, and particularly the decisions today. And this is crumbs in comparison to some of the decisions that we've been making. Place-based groups generate more money, and we had many examples of those, of the quantum of that money that was generated by them. Community boards can't do that. There is a robust, for those who are concerned, there's a robust criteria and a robust process. And I want to remind you of the things I said yesterday, that when Vu Lee came to present to the Community Builders Hui several years ago, that the direction of travel for funding is a high trust model. The community trust has gone in that direction, and other major cornerstone organisations are going in that direction. We appear to be going in quite the opposite direction now, which is more process, more KPIs, which is not best practice in the funding sector. And I would just remind you, these people are at the coalface and the grassroots, and we listen time and time again to the extraordinary work that they're doing. And also it's community-led. I don't believe it's for us to tell the communities what it is they need or want. I'm always impressed by the work that they do. And for those of you who weren't at the community building Hui, we heard loud and clear the importance of this work and the breadth and depth of this work. And so I'd really commend this to you. It's not a big extra amount, it's what we originally had in there when we put the place-based funding in and increased it. And so I would urge you to support this as a very small indication of our support for the work done at the grassroots level in our city.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. So I'm frantically writing thoughts down as this appeared today. Listen, we had a little debate earlier about what place-based groups do, and there is some misunderstanding out there. But my definition, there's multiple definitions, there's clear definition. My definition is always, for me, and it has been for a long, long time here and in other countries, that place-based groups literally do the work that councils aren't prepared to do and that councils aren't prepared to fund. And that's never easy work, because it's the work that makes your whole community a better place or a worse place, deciding on which way you want to go. And I did circulate the original motion from 2021 that people will have got, because that was a really proud moment for council. I still describe it as the proudest because I moved that motion. The proudest moment for me as a city councillor, and one of the most depressing days as a city councillor, was when the revocation motion came and that was voted through. But thankfully, in the intervening time, the place-based groups that do the mahi on the ground continue to do their work, and whatever we do here, they'll continue to do it. It would be just nice if we, to use the words that were used for basketball, professional sport, to just give people a little leg up. And it's quite interesting that this debate is juxtaposed with a debate around professional sport, because they're both laudable. And it's sort of a question of values, ultimately. I'm a great believer in we can always do multiple things at the same time. It's not one or the other. So my appeal here is to just believe we can do more than one thing. In fact, do them both. For a more robust meaning of what place-based communities, what it means, basically place-based community-led development is a grassroots approach to build local connections and resilience and make our communities places where people want to live. I think nobody disagrees that that's a great thing to do. They also do critical work, like lots of other groups, in building strong, healthy, engaged communities. And I think that is demonstrated, and it came out of that motion that was put in 2021. And how they do that is not simple, but it's part of the reason they can do that work is, and we can think South Dunedin here, it's a good example, but think all communities where you have people who we're very fortunate around this table, so people who struggle. So these people they have trust in the people at the coalface in a way that they don't have a trust in us, and the lack of trust in us emanates from somewhere. It's for good reason. So you'll know that from your family. You trust people who you trust. So place-based people living in an area with a group or even a community board trust the people they go to. And I think for good reason they have a bit of distrust when it comes to us. And in many ways, for me, to not fund place-based groups is a mission that, in many ways, in a sense that perhaps we want more homelessness. We want more people going hungry. We want more people unclothed. We want more people freezing in winter, and ultimately more crime, which leads to more of us wanting to put security cameras in. So I'll leave you by going to... We've had Anna Parker, who you should remember represents Community Builders, which is sort of a conduit of all the place-based groups. She sat here many times, and she wrote a paper recently that spoke to the reaction of that 2020, the revocation motion. She wrote, there's a bit of ignorance about what place-based community groups do. And in the debate, she's talking about us that followed. Many councillors said they didn't know the background to decisions about place-based community fund and didn't feel they had enough information about what place-based groups do, how they work, and how they relate to the Dunedin City Council. In our view, this is surprising as a number of reports and submissions have gone to council over the last 9 years. We also know that councillors have had many opportunities to attend community events, and most place-based groups have newsletters and engage strongly with their communities. Substantial detail is also held in funding applications, budgets, and reporting requirements that groups meet as part of their funding agreements. In my last 33 seconds, I'll talk about bang for your buck. We all talk about bang for your buck, but when you add in the minuscule amount of money ultimately you give them, the thousands, the tens of thousands of voluntary hours that are the backbone of community groups, the bang for our buck is literally immeasurable. Thank you for putting this motion. Thank you to those people who supported my motion in 2021. Do the right thing here, guys.
Councillor Fisa.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I've got so much to say about this issue, but I just and think Councillor Walker and the mover and seconder, I echo, I guess, Ms. Parker's thoughts in terms of a lack of understanding of what place-based groups do or are and who they are. I just want to say that the place-based groups that I can think of represent the most deprived suburbs in the city and have been most deprived for generations, not just in this generation. And if we, again, it's about political will and your values and principles. If we send the signal, which we already did because we revoked the funding until the grants review was complete or something, we've already sent a signal. And, Councillor Barker has said in previous debates, we need to give hope. Well, as far as I can see, we're only giving hope to certain parts of the community and not the most deprived. Place-based groups exist and they are different. Of course they're different because they've got different histories and different relationships. But place-based groups, as my understanding, is that they are about relationships, and some of those hubs arise from long-standing relationships which were founded by the previous generation. For example, in Brockville, the main group of that time was the PTA for the school, and then as people fell away or developed different interests, then they developed also a thing called the Brockville Improvements and Amenity Society, and then there were other groups. But it's about communities coming together, having those relationships, and working out strategically what's going to be the best groups to represent our interests in the city, and to DIA, which has also become a funder of community-led development. So when I think of place-based groups in Corstorphine, they're impacted even before Enede passed away last year as a Corstorphine boy. They're impacted by the murder of a teenage girl and the subsequent suicide of her mother. That stays with them. There's a lot of ill health and ill mental health. And that's what place-based groups are doing. They're dealing with that and trying to organise, as people say, at the coalface. And I would just beg colleagues to actually not harden your hearts against people whose survival is at threat sometimes daily.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure there is some fantastic work done in these groups. Nearly $500,000 is fantastic support, and it's warranted. However, I note, of the 10 place-based groups, 5 basically represent suburbs within our city, of which we have many others that are not represented with place-based funding. I am all for voluntary community coordination. However, I do not consider it warrants the necessity for the increase in wages where the bulk of this funding is going into. So I'm not prepared to commit further to increases in these times where financial discipline is required. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Do community boards and place-based groups do different things? I'm sure they do, absolutely. Sitting on the Saddle Hill Community Board, my experience is that we seem to hamstring our community boards by only providing $10,000 and not allowing them any ability to raise any further funding themselves, neither of which are restrictions that we apply to the place-based groups. And then we wonder why they are able to do different things at different scales. My memory is that we didn't revoke the funding, we simply paused the increase, this increase, until the review, under which we have all agreed that this process is under at the moment, was completed. So for me, we've already made this decision however many months ago to wait until the grants review was completed and the review was completed. So until that is done, I can't support.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's interesting to hear the last two speakers, because I was about to say that all speakers prior to that were talking as if we were about to rip the funding out of place-based groups, which is certainly not the case. There is a process in place, and this is a funding meeting. I support the place-based groups and the great work that they do, just like everybody else around this table. But there is a review already underway, as Councillor Gilbert just said. And to throw this sort of extra funding in now undermines the work of the review that's going on, and it also disadvantages other recipients of the grants received from the grants subcommittee and from that fund. And so, you know, I really think that to suggest that we are not supporting the place-based groups well enough to the tune of 490k per year is quite wrong. If we weren't supporting them, we'd be reducing the funding, and we're not doing that either. Place-based groups, unlike community boards, again, as Councillor Gilbert's just highlighted, can raise funds from elsewhere, and they do a fantastic job of it. And you know, the money that we have been assigning this week to so many different areas is like we've all got Santa Claus suits on. Well, I'm sorry, that's not the case. And as the Mayor said earlier, we don't have a bottomless bucket of money to throw around. But I get back to the fact that this is about process, and this is about a funding meeting. And the process here is such that this does not fit to be increased at the moment. I'm not saying it shouldn't be increased in the future, but at the moment it should not be increased. It should be left with the review of grants where it sits, and wait and see how that pans out, because who knows, there could be an increase in grants overall, an increase to everybody that receives there, or there could be a decrease. And if there's a decrease, I would suggest that this probably doesn't get added, but we don't know that until the review is finished. So I honestly think that the right thing to do here is, as we've already resolved, keep it at the 490 until the review is finished. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's my recollection that this all started from the Department of Internal Affairs external funding mechanism that came in around about a decade ago, because I just got on council when it was being funded, and then the funding went away and there was a request that the council pick up the gap, and then then there was the motion to keep adding to it. I have heard the term high trust model, and that we need to establish that level of trust. But I would argue that sometimes that level of trust can create an environment where maybe you're not necessarily getting what you think. And I would draw attention to a place-based group that is no longer on this list, but it would have been on it 9 years ago, which is the Blueskin Resilience Community Trust. And when I was first on council, and I'm on the Waikawaiti Community Board, I was asked to go to their meeting, so I did go to their meeting, and it was at the Waitati Library, and there were 2 people in the room, and I was asked if I would join the trust so they could get a quorum, and that has gone up and down in numbers, but the one thing that I do not see in the criteria is the demonstration that you are actually genuinely being picked by your community to represent them. BRCT has probably got issued over its lifetime well over $500,000 in funds. Things like the Climate Change House, which is still sitting on its property, not really doing what was achieved to do. There was no feedback or oversight as to whether or not that money was well spent. I believe there was poor assessment as to whether or not those are genuinely representative communities. Because I look on this list, and there are others. Progress of Waikouaiti area, Power, that's been around for years. It's clear to show that it has been around and is a community-based group. It's clear, and not only that, Sonia Billiard's actually both on the community board and in the place-based group. So there is often, if it is working, they work really well. I'm not against them, but I do believe that there's just simply not enough oversight. And to simply say they're doing great work and not assess really how much has been done is a risk. Some are doing great work, and you can see it's being done. But to Councillor Ackland's point, we only put a certain amount of money into some nurseries that are community-based and are doing community activities because the pool is over a certain size. So when we look at this pool and how big it should be, I do believe it does need to be reviewed in the context of all other funding for all other community activities. The review is underway. If we want to get through that, then I would suggest that those that are in the review actually keep pushing forward and making sure it gets done in a timely manner. But at this point, I feel that there is a narrative going out there that somehow we have completely abandoned place-based group funding because we haven't put in these $230,000 increases into the fund. It's not an inflation adjustment. $30,000 is a much bigger adjustment than inflation. So this is a funding up to a certain level, of which currently there are only 10 groups that can be identified. So you're looking at the end, if you were to go to that full funding, $55,000 per group. And as far as I can tell, no real assessment as to whether or not we are getting bang for our buck. Now, I believe some of them, and probably most of them, are in fact exactly what they say they are. But I don't think, especially with the history of the BRCT and where it ended up in the end, you can just say, just because they stand in front of us and say they are a place-based group, that we must take it at face.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
What I was going to say has been said.
Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do support place-based groups and have watched what's happened over the last. They were started in, I guess, 2019 is the first funding that I've got on the on Squiz, and there were 5 groups then, and it bounced around 9, 8, 4, 8, 10. And I think the real challenge is, how do you fund them for success? And they've come to us and they've talked about that they would like multi-year funding. And what we've got is a fund where they compete against each other, and that seems unfair. And I think part of the grants review will be to look at that. You know, should there be, we've talked about cornerstone funding going through this, should we be looking at cornerstone funding? So I think the model is wrong with competitive funding for place-based funding. I see that Christchurch have $342,000 in their place partnership fund, and I think we need to take we are taking a strategic review of all of our funding, and I think I am happy for the place-based funding just to sit where it is until we make a decision about how we are going to address place-based funding, whether we're going to look at service level agreements and multi-year funding, which is one of the things that the groups have come to us with, and whether if we had 15 groups, because yes, there are some, I certainly notice the geographical areas, that there are some areas that are not represented and probably need some help to get some groups together. So maybe there's 15 groups in another 5 years, and how do we think about how we fund those groups? So I just feel comfortable with leaving it where it is and then having the grants review and thinking about how we actually fund them for permanent success.
Yes, and I agree. I think, I support place-based groups, and some of them are doing great work. And it's a natural development of volunteer groups that they come and go. The volunteers and the people in that group that are leading and working within it come and go, and sometimes the values and ideals and goals of those people change, and so the nature of the group changes. However, we've got a duty of care to look after the ratepayer funds for the whole city, and we're putting in $500,000 already to these place-based groups. I think that's plenty enough for them to be getting on with until the grants review is completed. And I really think that instead of having this lolly scramble for contestable funds, and there's quite a lot of variation there, I think it'd be good for us to establish some clear high-level goals and some clear KPIs, and very simple high-level ones, so that people have a clear idea about the use of the money, and also can report back in a very simple fashion on what they did with it. Now, so I'm happy for the money to sit as it is at $500,000, $490,000, but I don't think we should be just making an increase for the sake of it. I think we should leave that to the grants review, which will be taking place, and establishing who's doing what and where that money should be allocated. Because as Councillor Viso has said, there is a variation between groups, and some probably are dealing with more people and have more need. But others, and I refer to the Greater Green Island group, they got $42,000 of funding, but they turned it into $300,000, and they did a great deal of work within their community on that basis. So, it just depends on the energy levels and what people are focused on, and who are they dealing with in their community, and what those people want. And the critical thing is, it's important to bear in mind that it is what the people in their community need. So we just need to have some clear goals and some KPIs, just so that we can have a high level look at it as we go. So, any further speakers? I'll hand it back to Councillor Benson Pope for a right of reply.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I think, first of all, thank you, Councillor Lafiso, for your eloquence. I think you know more than anyone else in the room the value of groups of this kind, and you articulated that clearly. Councillor Gilbert, the reason there is a difference is because the law prohibits community boards from raising funding. It's really simple. So I don't think there's any appropriateness or logic in comparing the two animals. They're different. And the one thing that I think hasn't been acknowledged enough just now is that these groups don't talk about helping communities, please, to establish place-based groups. We don't need to patronise our residents like that. What we should be doing is supporting the people who have come out of the community together, with or without community boards being present, doing different things, and doing excellent work in their communities with their communities. I think the most powerful thing that's been said by a couple of people was really simply that these groups do work that we and other organisations won't or can't do, and I think we should recognise that we value them. 10 of them, the increase is $30,000. I can do the maths, so can you. These are not large sums per group, but not supporting them with funding at that level and ongoing funding, I think, would be quite insulting. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
We'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland?
No.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Benson Pope?
Aye.
Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert?
No.
Councillor Houlihan?
Yes.
Councillor Lafiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lucas?
No.
Councillor Mahan?
No.
Councillor O'Malley?
No.
Councillor Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Weatherall?
No.
Councillor Wiley?
No.
Mayor Raddick?
No.
The resolution is lost. 9 against, 5-4.
Okay. Yes. Time for morning. One thing. Comment.
Point 32, which is One Coast looking for continuous funding. I'm not looking for it. What I am raising is that there is a review going on in the waste levy and how the waste levy will be used, and I'm flagging that I will be championing that One Coast gets considered under that review.
Very good. So I move that we pause till 11 o'clock for a cup of tea. Second, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. So I think that concludes everything with the previous item, funding requests. And so we're ready to move on, which is to the next item number 18, other submissions not previously captured.
So I'll just explain, councillors, this item is designed to give you an opportunity to raise matters that you might like considered by council that have not been captured by any of the other reports that have been raised in submissions. I have, to date, have no resolutions that relate to this item. And I'm not sure, does staff have any? Has anyone received anything? No.
I think I have the one about the times for the hearings that is there under 18.
Okay. Okay. And you want to move that now?
I think that was when I was going to move it, so yes, if that's possible, please.
I don't know, it's all news. It's appearing so you better tell us what's this. Obviously everyone's got questions as to what this actually means. So what does this mean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've put this motion because it's been worded in this way because we have the standing orders review and staff considered it was the most appropriate place to put this. So it's really just asking councillors to get that considered in that review. And what's being asked to be considered is that so community boards and some larger groups have asked for 10 minutes to speak rather than 5 minutes, and so I'm asking for this to be considered.
Okay, so by way of a question, it might be 10 minutes or 57 minutes or 12 minutes, depending on what they ask for.
If they have 57 minutes, I'd be very surprised.
I can help. We thought it was better to potentially consider this as part of the framework of your meeting procedures so that it was in there very clearly about what was covered and what was not. Because how you decide who might be a group is potentially difficult. So that allows a bit of thinking to happen and some wording to be constructed as part of standing orders. Because historically groups used to get 10 minutes and community boards got 10 minutes, but there was... Indeed, there were some challenges with applying the rules, so that's why staff suggested it goes into the broader program of work around your meeting procedures generally.
And to be clear, community boards get 10 minutes at committee meetings and council meetings typically, and it was a bit unclear as to whether they got 5 minutes or 10 minutes for these hearings. Yeah, but committee meetings. So it was unclear. So what happened was I said 5 minutes and most of them took somewhere between 5 and 10. And I didn't pull them up on that. So, but it would be better, it would be preferable if it was clear. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
But this year, for the long-term plan hearings, is it not true that the community boards actually did get 10 minutes to speak and 5 minutes for questions? Because I did see, and Ryan can probably answer that, is that they were in their notification back, because that was what they were advised by staff. So
when I answered that, I rang some and they said they have 5.
That's right. Look, I
think this points to the possible need for a motion because if it's considered and codified in standing orders, then there's clarity for everyone.
That's right.
But it may not make it in, but this is, I would advise the process for it to be considered.
Okay. So let's start. So we've covered the questions. We know what it's about. Would you like to speak to it now, Councillor?
Thank you. All right.
Oh, so do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Councillor Ackland. So what I will say on this, and I'm just keep it short, is that numerous groups and community board chairs have asked for 10 minutes. The reason why I think we should consider it is that they're not just representing themselves. It's not an individual, submission. Often they're representing thousands of people who are in their communities or in the case of organisations like Business South, I think they've got a membership of, I'm only guessing, but around 600, 500 or 600. And so for fairness, I think it would be good if we could consider it, because I know Business South has also asked for 10 minutes. And the confusion is around where do we stop on who do we allow to have the 10 minutes and not. So that's what this process will do, is to work out what's a fair way of allocating that. I would suggest probably to look at something along the lines of, if a group has more than 100 members or something, maybe they can consider that. But I don't know, staff will work that out. That's not my job. But I just think it'll make it easier for everybody, rather than every time we have hearings, the same groups come and complain that they don't get 10 minutes. And I also think it's fair when they're representing far more people than, as I said, just themselves. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason I seconded this is because, other than the fact that we need to look at it, there's no decision. There's no change in allocated time. And even though this asks for staff to consider those time allocations, I think that it's council's job to make that call. And no doubt when it comes back through the review of standing orders, that's exactly what will happen. So I'm not saying that we should be changing these. I'm not saying that some people should get longer or shorter. It's been tried in many ways in the past for variations of allocated speaking times, and people have taken advantage of it. So it's definitely worth another look at, but I do believe that this is a decision for the elected arm with the guidance of staff. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Most of the points have been covered, but I recall the days when community boards, for example, did have 10 minutes. I was on the other side of that. And we're not making a decision today, and I thank the mover and the seconder for bringing this to us. We're not deciding on the detail, we're simply noting to make sure it's part of that review. I just remind everybody that the groups that come and the people that come to the submissions and to the hearings are the community that we serve. And so it will be good to consider this and consider the advice of staff at the time of the review.
Very good. Are there any? Councillor Gilbert.
Sorry, just very briefly. I again agree with this. Thank you to the mover and seconder. For organisations that have multiple membership, for example, Business South's more than 1,300 member organisations, it does seem that there's probably quite a bit more to say. So I look forward to seeing this come through.
Okay. Are there any other speakers? Okay. Anything further to say, Councillor Hurland? Okay. Therefore, I'll put the motion that we note that there's a review of standing orders coming, and that we include times allocated for people to speak at the submissions as part of that review. Okay. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. It's nice and straightforward. So next.
No other resolutions, councillors?
Okay. Right, just about. Send a Sorry. So next up we have development contributions, feedback and next steps. Are we having someone to answer questions on this? Yes. Contributions. Right. So, Councillors, do we have any questions? Questions. We can see that the resolution is to direct staff to prepare some options for capping or phasing, and we'll consider them in June. So, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. So just clarifying, just actually what Mr Mayor has just said, does that mean that rather than the sort of quite large increase, we're going to look at another option of maybe doing it a bit more slowly, which is what quite a few of the submitters have said, they'll be happy to accept that?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we'll bring a report back with those options for Council to consider.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Can you remind me, and I've forgotten, about why we don't have a separate DC for Mosgiel? It's just part of the greater Dunedin area? Because I know there's a lot of CapEx that's been having, infrastructure work that has to be done.
Thank you, Councillor. Previously there was a Mosgiel category that was brought all in with the Dunedin-wide when the water scheme changed, I believe, to join in with the Dunedin scheme.
I was just wondering when I know there's as part of that is for the water and the wastewater to get back through the hill or over the hill. That there's quite a bit of capital program in the next 9 years to support that. That was the basis of my question, but we've decided to lump it all in together. And my other question, a number of submitters questioned the DC, in particular for Middlemarch. Is that in the report that's coming back? Is that something that we're going to look at?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
In Middlemarch, it's exactly the question I'm going to ask as well. It sits out there as quite a high DC compared to everything else. So when you bring your report back, could you consider basically a capped, like the cap, as it compares to others around you, and whether or not that's a feasible thing or not?
Yes, we'll cover that off as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker.
And also on the Middlemarch one and the higher ones, two questions. The modus operandi, obviously, of DCs is to cover the full cost of growth, but those high amounts simply reflect the full cost of growth.
That's correct.
And again, on that further question to that, so if we seek an alternative, somewhere down the line, somebody has to pay for that growth. Yeah.
That's correct.
Councillor O'Malley.
I just want to nuance that a little bit. So yes, it would be distributed across the general rate if it was not covered by the DC, right? DCs, when they're called, they don't cover the full cost of growth anywhere. They cover up generally a large percentage of what's anticipated as the growth. Is that correct?
That they cover what we've determined as the growth portion of our CapEx.
But, and it gets back to Middlemarch, your denominator can be quite small sometimes, therefore you can end up with a very large number. So, and that would therefore be the consideration, I assume, that we will take when you come back with your policy direction as to whether or not we lump a small community with a low population base with a full DC, or whether, because it's such a small community, we take that very small number and put it across the whole. Thank you.
Yeah, and is there opportunity for variability? Because if you have one or two developments in, say, Middlemarch, it's quite different if someone wants to propose a large subdivision which will require installation of a wastewater treatment plant. So whilst there might be a small DC for one or two, there might be a large DC required for a large number. Is that part of consideration or not?
Yeah, there'll be some relation to the current fee that's set. My understanding is there's a potentially a large project proposed, growth-related project, which, but the projected growth for the area may not be that large, so it's sort of been divided through, which is likely resulting in the higher charge in particular cases. Like any current DC, there is mechanisms available for those to dispute or argue or ask for reconsideration.
Right. I suppose the critical thing that people want is that transparency, the ability to see why it is that DCs are a particular price in a particular area, and there's variation across the motu. And so that, that essentially it ought to be inarguable that that is what's required. Anyway, thank you. That's good. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Sort of following on from what the Mayor just said, it seems to me that given that we understand what these are for, it would be really useful, or could I encourage you please, when you're looking at the report for us, to make sure that that reality is clearly articulated. I mean, and I say that because it's no surprise that developers in particular don't want to pay for anything they don't want to pay for, but we know that there are added costs. And my question is,
Sorry?
Mr Mayor, my point of order is 25.2 of the information is not fully correct, because submitters said they are happy to pay for some. They realise there's they're not saying they won't pay for anything, because the speaker was saying that they don't want to pay. But they did say they're happy to pay some, just not the huge increase.
Look, I think, Councillor, we're just splitting hairs here. The Councillor Benson-Pope is just using a generalism. I think we don't want to be pulling the meeting up for, tiny elements of details. Thank you. Carry on.
We know that the locations that are available for construction of housing and other things are controlled by our planning rules. Would it also be fair to say that the development contributions regime is also a proxy to encourage, because of the cost of services in remote areas, it's also a proxy which supports the urban planning desire to have expansion where it occurs in the most appropriate place?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the district plan does set where particular areas are allocated for development. The policy itself does have a number of categories relating to different zones for development and different fees relating to each of those zones. So we do have potentially the greenfield zone, which relates to those outer areas, and they do pay a larger portion of development contributions, which attributes to, the likely infrastructure that we've got to increase, or the extra demand to connect to those, while those inland developments, which we are probably seeing more of, more due to the district plan rules allowing or permitting more inland brownfield development. So, the demolition of one house for the construction of 3 or 4 is sort of and so they're the more likely development contribution we're receiving relating to those. But yes, the plan rules set the areas, but we do have maps relating to the policy that set fees for different areas.
Councillors, and if I could just remind you of the purpose of this report is that staff have summarised the submissions that were made as part of this and are suggesting a pathway whereby, in response to those submissions, they will bring you back a paper that will look at some options. So that's really the purpose of this paper, rather than necessarily dissecting the development contributions policy as it exists.
Rightio. Are there any further questions? I see none. Thank you very much. And bearing that in mind, I'll move that Council notes the development contributions, feedback and next steps report, and that we direct staff to prepare options for capping, phasing increases in development contributions for consideration at a committee meeting to be held in June 25, seconded Councillor Walker. And in speaking to this, I think this is a good idea to go back and reconsider the situation, because of course the very high numbers that we have for certain suburbs, certain outlying areas, are quite alarming for people, and naturally that's where attention gets focused. But overall, we need to have that balance between what it costs and what we charge. And the government has actually said that development should pay for development. So development should pay for the necessary infrastructure. So that's really straightforward. The question is, how do we do it? And they're also looking at changing rules in terms of how we should do it. And there are other mechanisms by which residents or developers might be able to pay for it as well. So there's a range of things to be brought into consideration here, and hopefully all will be revealed in a clear pathway forward that is affordable, because whilst we want development and growth in the area, we don't want to be left with a huge bill at the end that we haven't collected the appropriate amount of money to pay for it. So speakers, I have Councillor Walker, Councillor O'Malley, Councillor Gary, Councillor Hulan.
Yeah, I'll keep it short if I can. As the Chief said, this paper is clearly just about the staff reporting back to us around the options in response to the submissions. Those submissions were clear in raising some issues and concerns, and I don't think this is a place to talk to the motivation or not behind those. Just worth noting that if we do set any sort of caps at any point, or if that's a recommendation, that we have to be aware that that potentially those DCs would not help to cover the full cost of the growth in whatever area that may be. And as I alluded to in questions, just be aware that if that is the case, that somewhere down the line someone has to pay for those costs, and that will likely accrue to the wider ratepayer base. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Decided not to need to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to acknowledge the submitters who came along, and I know that they might have appeared to be confident and articulate, but again, a case of it's a very nerve-wracking experience to come and speak to us, and I really appreciate that they took the trouble. I think everyone agreed that we have to pay for these developments somehow, but there were a number of things pointed out, and I really welcome this submission, this motion. Thank you to the mover and seconder, because we will look at some of the possibilities based on the feedback. And some points that I took into account were, the difference between aged care and retirement villages, quite different. The difference between mom and pop, as I've referred to them, subdivisions and large subdivisions. But we still have to pay for growth. So I just want to say to the submitters, you've been heard. This is how we're going to handle it, to have a look at it, get some advice from staff, and I support the motion.
Thank you. That's covered all the speakers. Oh, Councillor Hulan, you're correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you to staff. This is a good step to review this and look at it. We had submitters from community boards, mainly Tairi and Waikawaiti, where they're smaller population in that area, and the demands on the infrastructure meant that the costs and the increases were going to be, quite frankly, huge. In some cases, they said they were up to 65,000. I think Kate Wilson mentioned, and which she said was about the price of a section. That's a lot of money on top of for anyone. And we had surveyors who came in, and they said that the increase, because it was so dramatic, was not just impacting on developers. He said it was first home buyers and people who, were struggling to have a go, and mum and dad investors who would all be hit by this. So, and of course, then we also had the developers. So this isn't just a developer thing. It had the potential to impact on everybody. So I'm really pleased we're reviewing it. Thank you.
Very good. That covers all the speakers. We'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. The next item of our agenda is the adoption of the fees and charges.
do have a resolution, a motion from a councillor around this.
Okay.
That one? Okay. No, we don't.
We don't. Okay, so the resolution that we have is that council adopts the attached schedule of fees and charges for 25-26. Firstly, are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas? Yes, we have a range of questions. So who should we have to the... Should we bring Ms Allen or Mr Henderson or anyone? We can just should we just yes.
It's
remain
everyone.
in place.
So
Mine might be to Mr Henderson, I'm not sure. Mine's to do with the Sunday parking restrictions. And it's a couple of questions, or 3 questions on that. I refer to the image that was in our papers on page 322, and I just wonder why that's such a small area, and why it's going to take up to 6 months to operationalise the change.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll answer the first part of that. The staff put that area in, it's essentially borders some of the paid parking buildings. But if council were of a mind to change that, that's really easy. It just expands the area that we consult on for the parking changes. So if we get that direction, we can do that. And I will just remind councillors that parking on George Street between the Octagon and the 5-way intersection at Pitt Street is free at all times, but it is time restricted, and that is at all times, so Sunday included. Yep.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
The second part.
Sorry. Oh, yes.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. So in terms of the operationalising, I think that there's a couple of things. Obviously, we'll need to change where Scott, Mr McLean came from in terms of the rules around the parking. We've then got to do some work regarding the staff contracts. And then we've also got the licence plate recognition work that we're doing work on as well, and that's not likely to come live until at this stage, probably around the October mark. So we've given ourselves a little bit of leeway in terms of operationalising it. We will continue to do the work with external contractors, so doing the work on Sundays already. So that will continue.
Thank you for that. And if I can just go back to Mr McLean. So if we wanted, for example, if I just use as an example, like Haddon Place, Scotland Terrace, View Street, areas that are already in high demand anyway, they could easily be included.
Yes, we just adjust that area being consulted on. Yep.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Councillor Wiley?
I've got a series of questions. Sticking to car parking, I was surprised to see Pacific Radiology car park building in our fees and charges. I didn't realise that we were going to be taking that on. Or
no. If you recall, we have a number of parks that was part of the arrangement, so we don't have it all. But I can't remember off the top of my head how many. I don't know. But
I don't know how many, but there are. Yeah.
That just stood out to me. I noticed the increase of Lan Wan from up by 18 to 20%. I just sort of was questioning that increase.
Look, we were just trying to look at the actual cost of delivery of service. A couple of dollars. It's a big percentage increase, but in terms of the dollars, not so much.
Thank you. A question regarding swimming pools and charges increase. I just note that for a school child to swim at Moana Pool, that has increased by a fair bit as a percentage.
Thank you, Councillor. The percentages for the swimming charges, because we're dealing with quite small amounts, like a 20-cent increase can look quite skewed. So if you go from $1.50 to $1.70, for example, the percentage can be quite high. So we've broadly put aquatics fees and charges up by 10%, still trying to get closer to that revenue finance policy. But an increase of 10% from $1.50 would be 15 cents. It's got to be rounded up to 20 cents, which then increases the percentage.
Thank you. Stay at the table because I've got some questions for you. Football South and the fees around parks. Do you have anything further to add about that? And especially after hearing the submission from Mr. McGowan and Sport Otago.
Thank you, Councillor. So some of the he was correct in what he said in that it's been a complicated fee to work out. So there was kind of two aspects to it. So we had to ensure that we're capturing the correct costs we're incurring. So we had to recalculate that and then allocate the different fees to the sort of associated fields. So one of the questions he has was he being charged for a full year even though they only play half for a season? No, we'd worked it out per season. He asked if the electricity for lights had been applied to all fields, which it hadn't. It had only been applied to fields that have lights in the calculation. And he was also comparing, so the way Football South get charged, they get charged in April for the upcoming season, so they're always kind of paying a year behind in fees and charges anyway. So they were charged the 23-24 year fees and charges the last time they were billed, and then he's comparing it to 25-26, which they won't actually be billed until next season because it won't be adopted till this season's already started. So there's, as you said, there's a lot that goes into it, into those fees.
And then I note in athletics, nearly all their fees and charges have increased by 25 to 27%.
That's just bringing it in line with the 5% as opposed to 4%, what they had previously been charged when the charges were worked out per field and all that, and then applied to what their current bookings are. That's the change that they would experience.
Should I have in mind to put a motion forward around increasing fees and charges for like Football South and athletics by no more than 10%? What impact would that have on a 10% per annum? Yeah, I know.
Sorry, an impact on them or on?
Well, I realise it'd be an impact on them, but in a positive way, but in relation to what we have to deliver. Obviously, there'll be a shortfall to be met. Correct.
Correct. So currently the fees and charges are worked out based off the revenue finance policy. So if we wanted to change the way they were charged, my understanding we potentially need to change the revenue finance policy.
Sharon, I think that's what you would need to put an exception in the revenue and financing policy, because currently council has changed the revenue and financing policy to be 5%. If you wanted to put an exception, so you either change the 5% or you put an exception for certain groups.
So I'd just like to make a comment on the percentages here, because we've moved from 4% to 5%, so it's still a minimal contribution to what it costs council. But when you go from 4% to 5%, that's a 25% increase in the money paid, but it still comes nowhere near what it costs. So I think it's, well, that's enough said on that as to whether you think it's fair and valid. Anyway, thank you. Have you any further questions?
No, that's the questions I have.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Some might have been asked and answered, which leaves me only with, and I'm guessing this is probably going to be for Mr. Henderson. Page 343 under other fees, the very bottom one, withdrawal of infringement fee. What actually is this? Because it reads like we're charging people to remove an infringement, which presumably the only reason we'd remove it is if it had been done in error.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We remove a fine that we've already sent through to the court. We have to pay for that.
Gotcha. Okay, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I'm looking at, on page 331, the entry fees for Moana, and I see the child swim is going to $4.30. Are you able to give us an idea of how much revenue that charging children under 14, is it? Under 14?
Child for swimming is considered still at high school, so right up to potentially 18.
Okay, up to 18. How much revenue that generates?
Microphone, sorry.
How much revenue that generates?
Thank you, Councillor. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of breakdown to that level of detail with me right now. We can go back and we can find out how many children swims we've sold every year.
Well, you may have heard, I raised this because I was expecting Councillor Wiley to move that we should make it free, given his comments about entry charges in here and elsewhere. So I'd like to sort of tease that out a bit, and I wonder if you could provide us with that information sometime, please.
Yes, definitely could, Councillor. There were examples like in Auckland that we've discussed earlier where they have removed charges for under 16s and trialled that in the past and found that over a period of time it didn't, once the initial kind of novelty wore off, they didn't see an increase in participation or swimming ability in children. It led to they had to bring on security and other issues due to people not having to pay entry. They'll kind of come and muck around until they got kicked out, just out of boredom and things like that. So there is benefits and negatives to allowing free entry to the facilities.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've covered. Oh, Councillor O'Malley.
It's not for this year but we're just going through a district plan hearing on heritage buildings, and one of the things that the committee will be considering and will be releasing in its decision will be the charging of consents for buildings that come under a protection order. And some of the building owners have made the statement that they'll be under a higher consent burden, even though they didn't necessarily. So, without saying what the committee is going to say in its release, when do we go? Do we do this every year or every long-term plan?
Carolyn, we're free to change the fees and charges in an annual plan year, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
That was the timing thing. We basically let everybody know that this meeting was the week after, so there wasn't going to be anything here. But okay, it'll be next year. Thank you.
All right. We've covered all the questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so, sorry. Yes, I'll move that Council adopts the attached fee schedule of fees and charges. Seconded, Councillor Gilbert. And in doing so, I think the critical thing with increasing fees that it does need to be done in small increments but regularly, because inflation over recent years has moved on dramatically and we have to keep pace, and it's an absolute fallacy to think that you can pause things in any given year or period and then catch up later, because then it makes for very large increases. So small increases, a little and often, is what's required. And unfortunately, at the other side of that scale, costs always rise. People don't want to be paid less, and materials never cost less. It's very rare to have decreases in costs. So similarly, our costs are constantly rising. However, some of the things that we have talked about when we've referenced fees and charges are increases in efficiency by using automation, by using number plate recognition, making it easier for the public to do things. But similarly, we have a whole bunch of free things that we supply as well. And so it's all about providing the facilities and amenities that the community needs. So, Councillor Walker.
Just for the record, I fully agree 100% with the Mayor.
We'll note that. Okay, having said that, oh, sorry, Councillor Wiley.
I will support this. And yes, I did have some frustration around looking at the increase in fees and charges across that, and they were telegraphed through the submission process, and I thanks for the submitters for coming to speak to that. When I look at how fees and charges do increase by, in some cases 25, 27.5% and more, I do find that quite frustrating in the sense of what that impact makes on individuals. And yes, Councillor Benson-Pope is correct. I did go reviewing and looking at entry fees for school swimmers, etc., and in relation to the debate earlier in the week. I acknowledge I lost that debate earlier in the week, and that's fine. But let's just factor in, because I knew the point that Councillor Benson-Pope was trying to make. Ratepayers are paying for these places and spaces 24/7, 365 days a year. The key thing that I look at is how do we generate more from our international visitors. So that was the point of my argument earlier in the week. And I know, Mr. Mayor, the key thing being is actually it's not about making things free to basically fit an argument that Councillor Benspope wanted to make. But the key thing being is that when we look at actually how do we can generate further income to offset how much we increase our fees and charges, that to me is part of the equation we have to look at going forward. Thank you.
So one of the ways we can do that is by charging people admissions to watch professional sports teams and exciting events such as basketball at the Edgar Centre. So, well, yes, and professional. Well, that's in a separate basket, but yes, professional theatre. So, having said that, we'll put the motion. All those in favour that we adopt the schedule as attached, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 22. Really? We're there.
Yep, there's still two.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So yes, we'll go to 23, shall we? 23 is submission. I haven't got.
No. So there's a supplementary agenda on your chair's agenda, Mr. Mayor. What's in your chair's agenda?
So. Okay, so.
These two.
Right. So the question, should we go to 23, the submission?
No, my suggestion would be we stick to the long-term plan matters first before we go on to the peripheral ones.
Righto. So 25, Te Taki Hararu, implementation update. Ms Moran will come to the desk and preface this with an opening comment and then take questions.
I'm happy to go straight to questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and thank you for this paper. I appreciate having the update. Just a question, and it's on point 14, and also, I think it's also the same one on point 22. The review of the partnership funding model. So have they requested a review? Can you just explain that, please?
Yes, as part of now that we've got a resource in place, we've got the capacity to review the partnership fund, acknowledging that it was created or developed some years ago, and now with Te Taki Hararu in place and staff capacity, we are looking to tighten up our processes and how we can approach it more strategically, including working with Ōkaha.
And is this also a reflection of our increasing capability in-house, whereas when that was in place that we probably didn't have the capability ourselves to do a lot of that work that they've been doing for us?
That's partly true, although the services that we get from Ōkaha are for professional planning services, environmental science type of services, so they have a lot of highly qualified consultants that...
What I would say, I think and I can speak to this because I was one of the staff who were here when this was originally put in place, and but at the time, our maturity as an organisation, and not just our capability to do certain work, but our maturity in the partnership space wasn't anywhere near where it is now, and so it's absolutely timely that we now have a look at this and see if the funding is meeting the need, or if it could be differently or applied, or if it's needed at the same level. And I've had informal discussions as well with the governors of Ōkaha, and they are happy for us to look at reviewing this. They think it's timely as well.
Thank you, because also separately in our, for a lot of it, as you've explained what we use them for a lot of our projects, we actually pay them separately for that work within the project. If I use South Dunedin Library or some of our like heritage work and things like that.
But that was always the intention. The partnership funding wasn't ever for specific bits of professional work. It was to support partnership, which was always quite challenging to define. And now that's why now, given where we are on our partnership journey as an organisation, a review is timely.
Thank you for that. And a further question, and I'm just, and I've gone back through, I brought all my notes actually, I've gone back through my notes just to get this clarified. So we talk here about that there was better off funding and that is no longer there, and that the rates budget is 921,000, which is an increase of 349,000. And I wasn't on council when better off funding came, but I thought the part of that was not only that the organisation itself would be better off, but also in terms of financially we would be better off. So I am concerned that that's now another 350,000 on rates. And then as part of that, because, and I looked through my notes, that we've only ever approved funding for 2 staff, and from this I understand there's 4 staff. So I don't find, I've gone, as I said, I went in detail back through all my notes, and there was only ever 2 staff that we ever approved for funding.
Yes, so I wasn't part of the Better Off funding application either, but so initially that was applied for to allow us to work with Mana Whenua and Mātāwaka on the proposed the proposed water scheme. However, that obviously changed, but part of that was to develop our capacity in-house, which led to us developing the internal cultural capability program. So that is where those additional staff members were, why they were engaged to help develop that. But that has now become part of the implementation plan of Te Taki Hararu to continue that work in building Māori cultural capability within house, which will lead to a savings in the consultancy side of things.
So are you saying that we're going to save money, although all that money is in here in the consultancy side of things? So the budget actually hasn't reduced at all. And I guess my concern is that every other department has had to come to council and ask for additional staff. And then in this instance, there's been additional staff put in that we had no knowledge of. That's, I guess, my concern.
Although council did approve Te Taki Hararu and knew that that would require implementation, and so a plan was developed and presented that was the implementation plan for that.
But it didn't specify additional funding that was going to require an additional 350,000 from council. That wasn't, as my understanding, and I apologise if I missed that. I never understood that we'd approved additional funding from rates.
That's correct. It hasn't been specifically approved, but the operational, the approval to adopt the strategic framework and the implementation plan does mean that we need that extra capacity. In saying that, as we start to develop cultural capability, there'll be, we'll have to review what the need for that program of work is. It will lessen over time, but that's way off.
All right, just a quick question, because savings in consultancy has been mentioned, which of course would be helpful if we have that in-house capability, and clearly you're working on that. So I got 2 questions. When do you expect those savings in consultancy to come through, and how will we know?
So 350 of our staff members have engaged in the cultural capability program. So we're getting there quite quickly. There are advanced programs for them to move on to if their job actually requires that. So I guess if we've achieved that in 2 years, we're probably looking at another three years to get the majority of staff through. But there will be new staff coming on that will need training, but we're going to have capacity across the organisation to help to help with that.
Yes, but in terms of, not all staff are involved in consultancy type matters. I'm just wondering when we should expect that, savings in consultancy to start coming through, because that might be over time.
But it's not quite as linear as that necessarily, because the amount we spend on consultancy depends on the amount of other work that requires it. So if we've got a project, for example, that requires a heap of consultancy, there may not be savings, for example, because there's only so much you can do. It depends a little bit. What it does mean is that we are better clients when we are doing the work, because as we build our internal capability, staff know the things that they need to do in preparation and save time in the preparation of work. But what I would say is there's a focus on staff, but this budget is small from a staff point of view. It also contains a reasonable amount of grants funding. So you have and that is covered in this budget as well. So I'm just saying that when you look at it in terms of the value you get, council, from a relatively small investment in terms of where this has shifted the organisation at the direction of council is significant.
Could I add something to that as well, Mr Mayor? In terms of the consultants' budget, in the January papers, when you received this draft budget, the consultants' budget was reduced, reflecting the fact that there isn't that better off funding there.
Right.
So that was a 141,000 reduction.
Right. Well, that could be a reflection of increased capability within council. Do you think?
The consultancy budget in the operational budget, or the draft budget, is for 2 companies to deliver treaty workshops, if that's what I think you're referring to. That's not something that's sustainable for staff to do. But they will be reduced over time as we start to increase our cultural capability overall.
Yeah, look, I think there's a genuine return on investment, not only culturally and sociologically within our community, but to have savings in consultancy is good. We have in-house, developed in-house capability, but so it may be producing results already, which is entirely feasible. And I was just curious as to how will we know that. So Ms. Allen has answered, part of the question, but so that's one mechanism. But we don't want to wait for long-term plans to get answers to it. Anyway, thank you. The next question we have Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just struggling to get my head around just what this is costing. Point number 20 says the rates budget for 24-25 was 921,000, being the increase of 349 that Councillor Lucas alluded to. And then when you get to 22, this is a budget of 250 for a service level agreement, and then there's 23, there's 101 for a budgeted for a consultancy. So forget about item 20, because that was this current year. We're talking about going forward. So as of the 1st of July this year, how much is the total budget that is being rate funded?
Thank you, Councillor. The 921,000 is for the 25-26 year. That is the total budget.
As I said earlier, that includes a range of things, including grants, funding, consultancy spend and staff costs.
And is that already in the draft budget, or is there an increase to the draft budget?
Oh, it's already in the draft budgets, and at the time the draft budgets were approved, Council asked for this budget in particular to be subject of a separate report.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms Miranda, I want to ask about the impact that you believe has happened from the cultural capability workshops. I've certainly heard through staff participating in them, but I'd like to hear from you about what the impact has been and the value has been.
I might invite my colleague Ken up to speak to this, but from my perspective, I can only base it on the feedback that we've received from staff and that they have embraced this. There's been a shift in how they perceive cultural capability to be, and there has been a huge impact for mana whenua and mātai waka when we're working with them, but I'm happy to pass on to Ken.
And Ken, before you start, I would just like to say, as a Pākehā leader of a largely Pākehā organisation, this work has been really significant and has, for a whole range of reasons, but it's something that we as a leadership group own and really value, and the feedback that we are getting from staff about how much they have embraced this work and what the council, the direction that the council has set with Te Taki Hararu has been one of the transformational things that is happening within the organisation, and the impacts have been really powerful, and as leaders of the organisation that is something that we are all fully behind and fully supportive of, and the work has demonstrable benefits to the cohesion of the organisation.
Nā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa e nā rangatira o te kaunihira nei. Nā mihi nui ki a koe. Cultural capability, whānau, is more than just the treaty workshops or te reo. It's about helping our staff get to a point where they understand and accept differences within the community. It's appropriate that we start in Te Ao Māori because of the treaty. So the workshops, and I'll go back to an earlier point that was brought up, we use a consultant who has 30 years experience in delivering treaty workshops. She's a Pākehā, and it's appropriate for her to do those workshops because, and this is in regards to internal capability, it's not really appropriate for Māori to be leading in that space because of the risk of conflict in those workshops. It's obviously a very, very sensitive subject, the treaty. So having Pākehā, lead Pākehā, non-Māori in that space is more appropriate than the expectation of Māori staff to do that work. But it has a massive impact on the organisation as we try to shift its thinking from a very Eurocentric view to accepting the values and the beliefs of not just Māori but our Pacifica community, our migrant community. So there has to be this cultural mindset shift, and the program has been designed to ease our staff into that and take the time that's needed to make sure that it's done properly. But in regards to the treaty workshop and the equity workshop that follows, it has a massive impact because the conversation challenges people's views, challenges their opinions, their values, and that's a good thing because once people start to see that there are other perspectives in this world, that will make for a better place. Kia ora.
So if I could just follow up, thank you for that answer. If I could just follow up to ask, the staff will currently be of a generation, I'm assuming, and I just want clarification on this, like myself, who had no history, New Zealand history education, no opportunity to learn te reo at school and so forth. Presumably, as new staff come in and younger staff come in, they will be better placed. They will have a better understanding as time goes on. Would you expect that to be the case?
Yeah, I think that within the education system over the last 20 years, there's been this focus on developing our tamariki to have a better understanding. So as they come through, then they'll be better placed. But within the organisation, we have a wide spectrum of age groups, and all of them attend them. The young Pākehā, young non-Pākehā, the migrants, Māori, they all come through the program.
And just to be clear, just want to check, so this is a ground-up cultural capability training. We've still, as elected members, and I believe it's in the program for the new council, to have that opportunity as elected members.
Yes, definitely. I think I've advocated in the past that council become involved in the training. It's been developed and scaffolded to cater to those that have no experience in Te Ao Māori. So they will start with the foundational programs, and that links into home study programs in Te Reo. They can then move on to the treaty and equity workshops, and then at the higher level of the scaffold is the Kaiawhina program, which is training staff members to advocate for cultural capability within their teams. And this year we started the He Tukatu Moana program, which works with managers and team leaders in helping them to learn how to lead in cultural capability. So it's all scaffolded to meet the needs of the individual staff members.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the operational budget. I just noticed that the personnel costs have actually gone down from 2023-24. So is there a reason for that? Is there less staff than there was before?
No, but we have been holding vacancies for quite some time.
And my next question is just around the review of the partnership model, and I think you talked a little bit about the $250,000 for the service level agreement with Ōkaha. And if my memory serves me correctly, that was that relationship, I guess I'm going to say outsourced because it's a terrible thing to say, but now we're building to have the capability in-house, so we may not require that quite so much. I think that was when some councillors are talking about savings, is that where that might come from, is actually we, as an organisation, we've strengthened ourselves.
It's about being able to, now having a strategic framework in place, it's about being able to approach the work strategically. So for that $250,000 has been used for more in a reactive space, so that has funded the Ōkaha planners and specialists to engage mainly in the Three Waters space. So by being able to identify what is now a strategic priority for mana whenua, Ōkaha and the council will be able to plan a work program accordingly based on the priorities.
And also, I just noticed, I think the question was asked about building cultural capability among staff and governors to understand their treaty obligations. So that's going to happen post-elections, is that on the work programme?
Yes, that's the intent.
And I noticed some money in the budget for Te Pai Māori members to be remunerated. And I just wonder if we have a policy for remuneration of outside committee members, and this is just not for Māori partnerships, this is across everything because of the grants subcommittee, etc. And we used to have it on the work programme a few years ago, that there was a policy for that we were going to work on a remuneration policy. So I wonder, Ms. Graham, if that's going to go back on, because some councils have quite a transparent way of remunerating.
We generally don't remunerate people, but so there are very few of our externals who are remunerated. If council wants a policy, I'd suggest a resolution. I think that was put up as a work item, but never was. I can't remember it being a resolution of council. It might have been, but I don't remember it.
Because we're on our grant subcommittee, we remunerate then, so I just wondered how the remuneration is set. And I don't think anyone else around here knows.
The remuneration for the grant subcommittee was set as part of the terms of reference, I think, for the grant subcommittee back in the day. And so there is no clear process. So if council wants to have that bit of work done, I would suggest resolving as such and getting it formally into the civic work programme.
So we can do that at another committee another time. Yeah.
Or as. Yeah, maybe the next meeting of the Civic Committee, potentially.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Is it fair to say that some of our large organisations in the city, like the university and others, are embracing this cultural
capability?
Yes, that would be a good word. But also, and I know when I heard the university recently, one of the reasons they're doing that, obviously there's a whole lot of reasons, but one of the big ones is that the numbers of Māori in the future are going to be, population-wise, quite huge in growth, which means that a lot of organisations will be left behind if they're not keeping up with the growth. Can you talk a little bit about that? About the fact that if we, perhaps, is there a risk that if we don't do this, we'll get left behind?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure I can answer on behalf of all the other organisations, but what I can say is that DCC and the Māori Partnerships team have been approached by other organisations because what we've done here is exemplary. It's well advanced in comparison to a lot of other councils and organisations. So I think we're at the forefront.
And I just wanted to echo that the work we've done, we're getting contacted from other councils because what we're doing is being heard and seen. And we're up for a couple of awards next month at the Sector Awards for the work in this space. But the reason we're doing it isn't to keep up. The reason we're doing it is because we have the partnership arrangement agreement with Mana Whenua and our obligations to iwi Māori generally. We have Te Taki Hararu that sets a strategic framework, and the work is giving effect to that. So that's why we're doing it.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. And that last part touches on what I've got a three-part question, I think, probably for you, Ken, or Nicola. Firstly, it speaks to what the CEO has just said in terms of us creating, after many years of work and signing off and creating Te Taki Hararu, our Māori strategic framework. How has that been viewed across the motu and nationally? Secondly, am I correct in thinking that underlying the document is, and no disrespect to councils of the past, it's about creating tangible actions rather than symbolic gestures, which may have been something that has happened in the past? And I'll save the third part because it will complicate you by asking three questions at once.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so as I just mentioned, we are getting approached by other councils, particularly in the regionally. They're interested in what we're doing and how we're doing it. The second part of the question, I've kind of forgotten. Tangible, yes. So that was the intent of Te Taki Hararu. It was to be able to apply practical measures that, or practical, I think, a practical intent that can be measured through our current work program. So it's not actually creating more work, it's doing our work in a different way. So I think it's very practical.
And although it's a Māori strategic framework, correct me if I'm wrong here, am I incorrect in thinking this is about the collective well-being of everybody in Otapoti, Dunedin?
I think the council should be acknowledged in what it's done over the last few years with Mana Whenua. I have a good understanding of Te Tiriti. I think that the model of having Te Pai Māori and the Te Taki Hararu is probably a rare model within New Zealand, and one that we can be proud of. I think we're now at a point that now that structure's in place, it's really about working out how that works most, or works well for us. I think if we get that right, then the benefits will be for everybody. I think the relationship between Māori and council is really a catalyst, or can be a catalyst for many things.
I'll just add to that, because it's based on the well-beings, it embraces all of us as one community, and the outcomes benefit everybody.
Are there any further questions? I see none. So I'll say thank you very much for the fulsome answers. Deputy Mayor Lucas has indicated a willingness to move, and I'm happy to second. Would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. And the reason why I asked for this report was that Te Taki Haru was adopted back in September 23 with the implementation plan in October 24. So along with any of our strategies that we've adopted, it's always timely to report back and updated on how things are progressing, and that was the whole purpose of my request, and also for transparency, I guess, is the other thing. Any department that has a significant budget increase, there's always questions asked about why that budget's increased. So that was the other part of this. This is about transparency, and when a budget of a rate for rates was approximately, 500, 600,000, then another 350,000 is going to be added, which is a significant percentage increase. That was the thinking behind my request for this report. So it was just, I'm being very transparent about this and was wanting transparency. It was great to get the report to see how Te Taki Haru is progressing within our organisation. And thank you for the staff.
Any other speakers? Councillor Wiley.
I appreciated receiving this report and getting a greater understanding of it. I think the part that sort of hit home to me is hearing the impact that cultural capability has had across the 350 plus staff. I think it's essential that actually that same cultural competency is actually shared around this table as part of the start of the next triennium, and that we go through that similar process. And I see that being part of the program, because I actually think when I look at some of the issues we've been challenged with in the last 2 years and 9 months or 2 years and 8 months, I think if we had started off with that, some of those may have been alleviated in that sense, because I think there's a lot of merit in getting all on the same page on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to begin by acknowledging the Māori staff in the room, and for those who came to the table, for the work that you have done and all that you've withstood. And you know what I mean by that. And as the Chief said, Te Taki Haru has been transformational. She said it's had a demonstrable benefit, and she talked about being proud, and I am immensely proud. I'm proud of this council and its commitment to Te Taki Haru, and for delivering the work that we have asked you to do and have committed to. There's no doubt in my mind about the impact of the cultural capability training. I have spoken to staff across the organisation who've offered up, in fact, the benefit and the impact on them personally of doing those workshops. There is no doubt. And the point I made earlier about my generation, until fairly recently actually, but if I was to compare my generation with my daughter's generation, the difference is extraordinary. I had no New Zealand history when I was learning history in the 5th form. There was just none. I had no knowledge of it. No opportunity to learn te reo, although I was extremely interested in doing so even then. And compare that with my daughter's generation, who have at least a basic knowledge of te reo and an understanding of the treaty and what their responsibilities are. So it is my hope that we'll catch up. And ground up's a good idea, but I think in retrospect, probably the elected arm is where the gap is, because we all need to be on the same page too. So I really look forward to that opportunity. Thank you for all your mahi. It is, as I believe the Chief said, it's around the maturity of our organisation. where we've got to. And so I no doubt in my mind that I'll support this. It's a motion, but I wanted to acknowledge the extraordinary work that's gone on and will continue.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If Councillor Lafisa were here, and I don't want to speak on her behalf, but I will say that she would have talked about shared values, which is where Te Take Haruru came from, and she would also talk about the big R, relationships, and I think this work is about transforming ourselves, and I kind of wish that the councillors had had the opportunity to become culturally competent during this process, and I was concerned about being culturally incompetent, so I'm very glad that the incoming council will actually get the chance to do the training as well. And when we look at what we've been through with the long-term plan process, I look to the vision of Te Take Haruru, which is kaika oti kaika oraka, a thriving home, a thriving village for us all, and I think that's all of the hard mahi that everybody around the table has been doing for, let's say, years, because it is years. And that's one of the visions that we should hold closely to our hearts when we're doing this. And when we also think about our strategic review and trying to fit fit it around Te Take Haruru and the wellbeings, that's incredibly valuable work for doing that, for doing the sustainable development goals, as well as translating it from a theory into actual practice, and I think this is where this work is coming through. So I join in thanking you for your work, because we have seen the transformation in the staff and hopefully in ourselves reflected through that. Thank you. Ngā mihi.
Thank you. I'll just say a couple of quick words. I have no further speakers. So just a couple of words, because I think this is all about awareness and understanding and appreciation of the culture leading to cultural capability. And I think we've heard not so much stories of success stories amongst the staff, but certainly we've gone through, there's 350 of the staff that have undertaken it, and that will lead, as we've heard, to savings in terms of consultancy, but also a much greater increase in cultural capability. And this is something we've seen in the country over recent years, where there's a much greater usage of te reo in everyday life. Really, more and more words understood. The vocabulary of ordinary everyday New Zealanders is increasing steadily, and the ability of people to put up some phrases and the number of fluent speakers is increasing steadily. So it's all excellent in terms of the development of this country. Back to you, Councillor. Can we?
And not to take away from that, I couldn't resist, and I'm sorry, Councillor Gary, but I'm reflecting on you as my third form social studies teacher, and maybe that is why the lack of my cultural capability. And so I absolutely look forward. Yes, I look forward to councillors being involved and in the cultural competency. I think that is very much lacking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion that we note the Te Take Haruru implementation update. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And on that note, we can adjourn for Kai. So, seconded Councillor Walker. We should come back. Yes, come back at 1. That will be fine. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. coming to answer questions about festivals and events.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just apologies from Sian Sutton, the Destination Manager, and we do have some prefacing comments.
Great.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mayor. The draft festival and events plan and accompanying costed implementation plans present a proactive, relationship-based, long-term strategic vision aimed at strengthening both our communities and our economy. The two implementation plans provide a clear, measurable and defined KPIs with timeframes that are aligned to our community wellbeing and economic growth. In many instances, these outcomes intersect each other, enabling a coordinated and complementary approach that will uplift and enhance the city for locals and visitors. Detailed costings can be found in the updated table sent through yesterday. The report outlines a two-pronged approach, firstly through the festival and events plan itself, and secondly within the next steps section through the review of grants that I know has been spoken to at length here. We need to make sure that both of these areas are future focused and align together and overlap, including the event definitions. Staff believe that both the festival and events plan and the events grant program should be grounded in a partnership model, recognising the importance for both community-led and council-led events in achieving the grants and the plan's objectives. Thank you.
All right. Questions, councillors? Councillor Barker.
I'll go, even though I couldn't quite find the email from yesterday. Did you send it? Okay. Oh, got one about the youth St Andrews Youth Hub. I just want to ask an overall question, I guess, about some of the feedback that we got was recognising the need to, from the submissions, there was quite a lot of feedback, both written and verbal, about the need to invest in current events, current established events, and feedback that we should increase the grants pool. And I know we're undergoing a grants review and you've noted that. So is there anywhere in these budgets that it would be possible to put more money into the contestable funding should the grants review recommend that?
That could be a challenge. I guess looking at this plan and talking to the grants, the plan aims to be a strategic document looking across the sector. So this is anywhere from council-led events to potential procurement of events that are deemed high value to better promotion and evaluation of our event sector and uplifting the sector strategically through things such as training, networking, professional development and such. So we're looking at a strategic long-term approach rather than necessarily shifting the idea of some budget to the grants program.
But one of the key issues is funding events, and the events pool has not grown for quite a long time. So I just see that the draft festivals and events plan will be presented to council for adoption in June, and it will include a summary of community feedback and any resulting updates to the plan. No significant changes are anticipated. But when we look at the feedback, that is the feedback that was asking for the grants pool, and I've had feedback, and we've also got another report. Obviously it's a confidential paper, so I can't reference it, though maybe I just reference it, but talking about procurement of events versus growing them ourselves. So that's my concern, and that's always been my concern around events, is how we support them, and then whether we would look at a sponsorship model rather than a contestable grants model as well, because we've got some great unique events. So how do we look at supporting them more? And I know that there's stuff here about capability, impact assessment tools, etc., but a lot of them, because I sit on the grant subcommittee, so I know a whole lot more competing for that same pool. So how is that going to be addressed?
I'll just jump in quickly. So within this table, it notes a fund or a growth budget, essentially. So the idea earmarked is essentially we would create some kind of seed or innovation commercial growth fund, and that's targeted for certain events that show capability, and the idea is through creating more sustainability for them. So what kind of commercial revenue can they look to bring in that will ultimately provide long-term growth and sustainability for them, which is a little bit different to what the grants program currently does within their criteria. Tim?
Just to build on that, did note that within both the community and major implementation plans, points 1.3 and 1.8, there is targeted strategic seed fund allocated to those events. This is a strategic plan that has been developed to build resilience in our events industry and to lift them up so they are sustainable in all aspects.
I guess we put an extra $800,000 into events in year one, and I have a concern about how the budget is allocated. So when it comes back, this is obviously for noting, when it comes back for adoption, will we have the opportunity then perhaps to suggest some changes?
Yes.
I noticed that the budget changed between the draft or these papers and what we've got sent out an email yesterday and other, so in order to match the resolution. But it was clearly, obviously, when the initial budgets were drafted up, you were thinking of some less. What about thinking of more less? So what happens? Well, how would it be if you had 800 across each of the 4 years?
We'd have to review the draft festival and events plan, because obviously removing, if you're hypothetically down from 1.2 to 800, that's a significant drop. Also noting that the original proposal was for, I believe it was 1.6 in years 3 and 4, and so that shifted to come into the next year. So
what I would say though, councillors, if your direction is that staff develop a festivals and events package to our budget that is less, that's what they will do. And obviously reducing our budget decreases what can be delivered, but staff would take any direction that you provided and come back with a plan that met that budget.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, I was just going to make one other comment. We think it's worthy of note that with the proposal for the increase for the Event Attraction Fund, if the DBL and that proposal were accepted, the city would be responsible for ensuring increased activation costs, and so that is something that we had allowed for in the development of this budget as well. So it is worthy of note that there is that decision will impact on our ability as a city to activate should we be successful.
Can I read an item of feedback from one of the submitters from the Festivals and Events Plan, because I think this is important to show context. Dunedin is long overdue for a coordinated approach to festivals and events rather than the current advocacy and reactionary approach. A comprehensive targeted plan provides a template and process to ensure opportunities are recognised and a process for city officials, elected members and the community to adhere to, and also provides for adaptability and nimbleness to respond short, medium and long term to a market that changes rapidly.
Sorry, just one last thing. Just highlighting, I believe at the last council meeting around these the festival and events plan, there was a lot of interest in the potential eclipse for the city and what the solar eclipse would look like. So I guess if some budget was to be shifted or whatnot, just keeping that in mind, that to do a significant event like that will take a budget. So.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I have several questions, but possibly following up on Councillor Barker. If I look at the top of page 22, where it talks about providing more support to our grant recipients in the major community and premier events categories to build sustainable events and reduce resilience on grants funding over time. So is that not the case? Is that not the answer to Councillor Barker's question, that we intend to actually put more money towards our major events providers?
So this is targeted budget to go towards things such as upskilling, training, professional development and such, not to necessarily put into a grants round.
That's significant money to upskill. If you've got 132,000 in year one and nearly 200,000 in year two, and then 132, 142, that's significant money if you're only spending that in upskilling.
That includes the growth fund.
Okay, my other question is, if I go the previous page, I'm intrigued at the significant increase from year one to year two, from 272 to 318 for our own in-house events. And I know, having sat on the other side, when you are an event organiser outside of council, you have the ability to attract other funds. And if we're putting a lot of more money into our own events, then we pay for the whole lot. So, I mean, it kind of follows on from the question, if we're not putting more money into our external event providers, we're not necessarily getting as much as we possibly could have invested in the city.
Potentially. However, I'd like to highlight that the events that council lead are free and accessible. So we have a range of diverse events that we offer for our community. So I guess that needs to be a consideration compared to some events, or a lot of events that we fund might be a bit different to that. So we're making sure that our events that have that potential to develop and become larger for more communities are allocated towards. So, yeah.
Thank you. And my last question is, I guess, a follow-on from Mr Mayor's comment earlier. And if I remember back to the January meeting, particularly the amount for year one, the 800,000, was effectively almost plucked out of the air. And so this budget has been developed to fit the envelope that has been provided, rather than doing the plan and then working out how much it's going to cost.
We're working on a budget of 1.2 in year two, essentially. So bringing forward key parts of the work to escalate is what we were tasked to do. So hence the budget there.
Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. On page 22, which is I think where we are, 21, sorry. In that table, I'm assuming that the amounts for each of those 4 years relate to all the things in the left-hand column. It's just that they sit against one entry. And I just think that will be easily misinterpreted by people where they see that. If you flick the money into the coloured year box, the problem would be solved.
That's correct. So the budget is, like you say, over a number of different events, and it's looking at events strategically. So events currently within council have increased with their budget over a number of years. So we're looking to lift that up, but also looking at events for our community, but also events that could drive visitation into the city. For example, we've identified the Chinese New Year event as an event that has legs to grow. This year we did the inaugural Chinese Cultural Festival that was quite successful. We've got a plan to build that into a wider festival. I won't talk to details, it's a little bit commercially sensitive, and drive significant visitation into the city.
Just on the matter you raise of the Chinese Lantern Festival, Lanyuan and so on, up to date, that's been entirely self-funded, is it not? Or has there been a significant city contribution to the activities of that Chinese community?
Just to clarify, the council lead majority of the budget for the Chinese New Year event. We work in collaboration, close collaboration with the Chinese community. They get a portion of funding to uplift certain parts of the event.
Just a question, what is this budget, 800 then 3 lots of 1.2, what is it added onto? Because there's already existing events budget. So what is the core, well, if this is a $4.8 million addition, what is that in additional to 4.4? What is it additional to?
I believe the operational budget per year, depending on, for example, Matariki sometimes falls once in a year, sometimes all, but around the 500,000 mark for operationally for the events that we deliver. Not including, obviously, wages per year. Yeah, and grants.
So there's a pretty substantial increase. Yeah.
Yes, and the key with this is it's a strategic increase. So at the moment we don't have, for example, any budget for procurement. So if a large event wanted to come into the city, that could take quite a bit of time to potentially get that across the line. What we are wanting to do is be proactive with this. We want to go out, we want to build relationships with potential organisations and promoters to then bring events into the city as part of that procurement plan. At the moment, that's not part of the remit, essentially.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Page 22 has piqued my interest, and it's at the end of the box entitled Diwali. And it's about the standard impact assessment tool to measure the true value of council-funded and council-delivered events. And I've noticed in the time that I've been around council that some festival events and some events in our city do have that kind of assessment, and others it's quite an expensive exercise, as I understand it. So could you just unpack that and explain it a little bit about how that, the impact of that and how long it would take to get such a tool organised? Sure.
So at the moment, some events evaluate themselves, and that does take quite a bit of work. That's an extra person on the ground over a period of months to coordinate that, to come up with, say, the right survey questions, get the right team on board, etc. What we are proposing is to procure a industry standard evaluation tool that's currently used by at least a dozen or more councils across the country, and then the council will take that on to manage the evaluation period. So that would be through working with the event organiser on the survey questions to make sure that they're standardised, so in the future we can benchmark against each other, and then we would find volunteers or a small team to then manage that at their event, because we understand that event organisers are currently stretched. So.
Brilliant, I'm delighted to see that, because I know the feedback's been around that. And the other question I had is further down near the bottom. It's about showcasing venues, and I was delighted to see Te Aka Otako there. And I always think about the suggestion that when completed, Te Aka Otako will be nearly marathon length, and the potential for disabled wheelchair marathons and so forth. So we've got some wonderful potential, have we not?
Absolutely, there's a huge amount of potential if there's some budget to be able to leverage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thanks for the work. I'm glad you've got the Hindu Festival of Diwali and not the Hindu Festival of Holi, because paint on the streets of Dunedin would be very controversial. I'm on to back to page 21. Just those 5 events, and that just because it was brought up earlier, that 272. So in my head, I'm thinking these are all pretty big events, and I'm dividing the 272 and thinking circa 54-ish. It's not very much, and I know about others, but 54 doesn't go very far. when you're arranging mega events like this. And the supplementary question to that is, all of these have great ability to attract, and I'm ignoring the jazz part of the final one. People around this table know my dislike of jazz, but all of these have the ability to attract significant outside visitation, don't they?
That's correct. So it's not rocket science when it comes to events, or that's my understanding after 20 odd years in the industry. But it's understanding the models on how to make the clogs move within that. So if you get the right opportunity, you get the right content, then you can overlay the right marketing plan and get the right leverage for the city. So that's what we're looking to do. And again, it's strategic. We've identified numerous opportunities within all of these events, and that's essentially what the budget would be used for.
Are there any other questions? Look, I have a lot of discomfort about this. The amount that we're adding to a $2 million budget, we're adding 4.4. No, I'm going to ask a question. So, and so I would, so I have posed the question: how would it be? I mean, to me, if we made it 800k each year, you'd just simply move the column, the figure in the first column, straight across.
And Mr Mayor, the staff won't be able to do that on the fly, so it would take some consideration. So if council votes to alter the budget, then that would need staff to do a rework, because that would just mean changing the scope of some events, potentially not running some events. So it's not as simple as just changing it, but if that's the direction, that's what will have to happen. So do we?
So I may. Yep. So, so I'd like to move it. I'd like to propose an amendment.
So have you got a moved and seconded motion that you've accepted?
I had indicated.
No, but was it accepted by the Mayor? I didn't hear it being accepted.
No, I'd like to move that we amend the budget to 800 per year.
So that's not a. So can you write that up, Lauren? Have you got a?
And I don't know if we. And
What is the current motion that's
There isn't a motion yet.
There isn't a motion,
Councillor. So the Mayor is moving something that is different than the order
budget
paper.
allocation, and which may not fly, but it's a big chunk of extra money on the rates.
The Mayor never accepted it.
I tried to move, but the Mayor
So what you approves it. Carolyn, I might need you for a minute. And Nick, just to sorry. Budget. So 18. Was it 93? Was it 4 years? For years 1 to 4?
Well, it does second through. Okay, so there's the motion to amend the budget.
Hang on, there's one thing that's missing. Sorry, Mr Mayor. I
Yep.
think there's one bit that's missing from the original one that needs to be there. Sorry. Where's the original? I think you still have to note the actual. That's there. Oh, I know, fine, that's fine. Sorry, I just need to check that we had missed the step. We haven't.
All right, no. Okay. In speaking to this, I'm concerned about the fiscal impact of this, which is straight on rates. And I'm concerned also that of all the budgets that have been modified, and several of them have gone up a bit on the weekend, but largely the rates impact is relatively small. This one does increase the current budget of festival and events, which is $2 million over this period, $500,000 per year, it's by an additional $800 or $1.2 million a year. So it's effectively a 220% increase. 2.25 times more is added onto that budget. It's a huge increase, and whilst it's we can justify anything, but it's a very significant increase in the scheme of things where whilst we are moving through a budget, generally we're looking to try and exercise some fiscal restraint. And so this still gives an addition on the budget of $500,000 here, an extra $800, which takes it through to 1.3 in each year. So it's a substantial increase, and of course the first year of this has already been put in at 800, and so sure there'll be more work required to adjust budgets, but to me that could be carried across each of the 3 subsequent years, and that would bring it not so much into line, because it's still quite a bit extra over any other budget that we've looked at in terms of increasing, but it would just exercise an element of a modicum of fiscal restraint in terms of what we are spending, because we have ended up over the course of this process over these 4 days ended up spending a lot of extra money, most of it on debt, but a bit of it going into rates, and the rates rise is steadily increasing. But doing this also enables other things to happen, which we work through, and to get things closer to where we consulted on. So I urge you to exercise that fiscal restraint if you're of a mind to, and keep within some boundaries. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I can't support this motion. It is important that we fund the festival and events plan by the 800,000 recommendation 1.2, 1.2 and 1.2. And if this motion fails, I hope I can get full support for amendment to fund the recommendation as per our papers. I look at this as essentially item lottery. The Mayor's focus is around the rates rise right now and not the importance of this item to the community. Would we be having this debate if this item had been number 11 and discussed on Monday or Tuesday and not item number 26? I see increasing funding for festival events as a strategic investment in our city. I see festival events strengthening our city's identity, and when we look at the city happiness around events like the Midwinter Carnival and Chinese New Year, wasn't George Street Market amazing? I have heard frequently, why can't this city have more events? Where are they? How do we get events to grow? For example, last year we invested in the drone show as part of Matariki, and that was a huge success. Everybody's waiting for it again. Our festival and events need additional funding. 4.4 million investment over 4 years from 25-26 to support event delivery citywide. This really does boost our economic activity, support local businesses, and offer accessible experience for our residents. The returns for our city culturally, socially and economically outweigh the initial funding, especially with our strong events and festivals team, thoughtful planning and community inclusion. Remember, $1 invested in events and festivals generates an estimated $3.20 in broader community events. Thank you.
Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You suggested that we show some fiscal restraint. Well, sitting here now, I see that that horse is long bolted. This flies in the face of the motion that had 13 versus 2 support in January. And the reason that the motion was put forward then was because we need to resource DCC events to be able to deliver a decent events and festival plan. That's what we've got in this report. The plan pretty much as it would run and what it would do. And we all agree that we need to do 2 things as much as we possibly can. One is support our community, and that's what all these events do. Most of them, if not all, the members of the residents can go to these without having to pay to get in. So it's not like professional theatre or anything like that you've got to pay to get in the door and that people are clipping the ticket on the way through. This is something for the community. And then you've got visitors coming into the city. What do we do in Dunedin? Oh, it's pretty drab. Well, no, with a plan like this, it won't be drab. It'll be vibrant. And that's what we're looking for, is the vibrancy in the city, because festivals and events lead that vibrancy. If this gets supported, then what we're saying is that we're not going to resource our own. We're not going to resource our own organisation, but we'll throw all this money away to a whole lot of other organisations. And furthermore, with some of them, we'll do it with debt. This is an impact on the rates because it is of an operational cost. And operational costs get paid for through rates. Grants are supposed to be the same principle. But of course yesterday, different story, it was funded by debt, $15 million or $17 million worth. Very clever. I honestly think that to not keep this budget the way it is, as Councillor Wiley has alluded that he will, he's foreshadowed that he will move. If we don't do that, then what we're saying is that we don't support our community and we sure as heck don't support our own team.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I have put my hand up on the assumption, or the should this fail, I have already put my hand up to second Councillor Wiley's motion, so I will speak to this one, not that. Talking budgets on the fly to me seems, in my words, it would be reckless. Certainly without knowing the impact that it might have on any of the things that we're talking about. And when we're talking, this is about the value of the projects and the events, not the dollar figure, which Councillor Eklund particularly has mentioned about. And as has also been said, we need to back ourselves. If we're not going to back ourselves, if we're not going to promote our city, if we're not going to get in behind the events that we can do in the city, who the hell else is going to? It's got to be us. And we can't complain that things aren't happening or that we don't have enough things going on and then not fund it in a way that helps get things going. Ms Sutton isn't here. She's on the Gold Coast, as we heard earlier on. I happen to know that she's been talking to a travel agent over there who had never heard of Dunedin up until her visit ahead of the Jetstar flights. Regular customers of this travel agent normally sends to Tasmania. Now knowing what we have to offer here and what we're hoping to have to offer here, she's now talking A, about coming out for a famil, and B, about trying to start sending many of her regular clients out this way. Ms Sutton is, as I understand it, watching us, so talking about her baby. And we've got Mr Hendra and the team behind us as well, listening to us talking about the work that they have put into this at our request to try and promote the city as best we can. So I simply cannot support this. I just feel it is shooting ourselves in the foot.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to start by acknowledging the expertise in the team. I've sat round the grants subcommittee table and chaired that group, and I know from both Mr Hendra being on the other side of it and as part of our team, the expertise, and from the wider team. This is a thoughtfully considered budget. It has not just been picked out of the air, and it's particularly strategic. And it also answers the feedback we have had from the community. So we should feel a great degree of comfort with that. And Mr Mayor talked about the huge increase in the funding. Well, I would say it's a huge increase in the amount of work that will be done. We often talk about a livable city, and part of that is the events that we have going on in the city. We talk about a vibrant city, and that's very much part of it as well. But it has been mentioned the benefit to businesses that such events, the economic benefit to businesses that these kinds of events impact on. And it's all positive, it's all in the right direction, and surely that's what we want to see. If the economics of it is your main focus, then it's very clear. I saw some detail in there I really liked, and I mentioned several of it. The opportunity to develop the amazing Te Ako o Tāko right around the harbour and what that might mean for future events. The standard impact tool, which I think has been kind of a missing link and been quite hard for festival organisers because it's a big expense, so great job there. And then we can know for sure around the impact. But there's a couple of things that come to mind when I'm thinking of this motion, and one is we have to sometimes spend money to make money, and it feels like this is calling on the staff to do more with less. And just to finish, I believe we've directed staff to do more in this area for the economic benefit of the city, and now we're looking to cut them off at the knees. And I don't think that's helpful. I don't think it's strategic, and I can't support this motion.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you to staff. Great job and great papers. Interesting reading. I won't support this, but I will fully support the next motion when this one potentially and hopefully, in my mind, fails. And to the mover of this motion, if economics are at the heart or underlie your thinking or your concerns, I would suggest that investing in this is a much surer way of creating economic value and return. As others have mentioned, festivals and events are crucial to cities like Ōtepoti, and we're all really happy to scream loudly and proudly around this table when we do hold successful and large events that attract people from outside and garner great coverage and jealousy from cities elsewhere, because they don't only boost our local economy, they will always continue to enhance our city's image and reputation, and much of that is down to these guys and girls behind me, and to the person over the water there in the Gold Coast. They also foster a sense of community, and this is an important point for me, for everyone, because most of these events are free, so they don't prohibit those people who don't have access to the money to attend larger or bigger events, say at the stadium, whether they're rugby matches or basketball games. They're usually accessible to everyone, and of course they feed into our cultural identity. They also, importantly, again others have mentioned this, they provide a great platform for local businesses to be able to thrive. They draw tourists, and they, as I've mentioned, they create really positive positive media exposure, and we've had some of that presented to us in previous presentations from the group. And overall, they benefit the city's overall development. If we get this right, which I know we can, the uptick in visitors, I guess, living outside the city, coming into Dunedin, staying in hotels, drinking in pubs, eating in restaurants, paying for transport, the list is long, will be a positive. And this is an investment. As Councillor Wiley suggested, it's not about rate rise optics. You're right about that, Councillor. And as Councillor Gilbert said, it's if we are talking about budgets on the fly, I agree with him. I think his words were it's ludicrous, and I do agree. Finally, to me, the budgets, and hence my question earlier, the budgets we've had presented to us by the staff, to me, they already look light, actually. And to be honest, if I had my way and I knew I could get away with it, I'd actually be advocating to increase this amount. But unfortunately, I suspect that will have to wait for another time, some point hence.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, thank you. I'll be brief. I will not be supporting this, and I will support Councillor Wiley's motion. I'd like to thank the staff for their mahi on formulating this exciting events plan, uplifting our creative community. The Festival and Events Plan provides a framework for supporting diverse range of events in Dunedin, enhancing the community wellbeing and reflecting the city's diversity. It's all well outlined here for me on larger scale events, 2 implemented plans and measurable costed outcomes. We've already heard about the economic gains and the improvement to wellbeing through free or low cost events. We've just made an action plan for the theatre. We've got a live music action plan. Well, this is an events plan. What is Dunedin known for? Is it for its jingly jangly pop tunes and entertainment? Did we build this city on sausage rolls, or is it rock and roll? We built this city on rock and roll. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
It's a bit unfortunate that the Festivals and Events Plan is the last report with some money in it, so I feel like I can't support this because it's a last-ditch effort to save a little bit of money. And I remember when we were back in January and we discussed this, as Councillor Aitken said, it was 13.2 to put some more money in because there hadn't been any money put in for the first year, and that was a real concern. We haven't put anything extra into economic development for years, yet we talk about how important it is to have a vibrant city, and we know all of the benefits that come from events. We have, as part of the visitor industry for decades, we have had decades of the visitor industry asking us to have a year-round calendar and to support events and to put extra money into events. I did want to also just mention event-led tourism because people don't necessarily come to visit us just because we've got lovely attractions. There has to be a moment that makes them want to visit, and often this is events. And I do want to read one of the submissions because I think that I have flagged my concern about where the money's going. And my concern is that there's not more money going into the grants pot. No, we're under a grants review, but people have been asking for years for more funding, and we had Roger from the Otago Car Rally who talked about the importance of leveraging events. I sit on the grants subcommittee. I know the pressures on the fund there as well. And then Neil Haraway came and spoke to us impassionedly about where we could see the city, and their submission on behalf of Wild Dunedin from Neil Haraway and Juani Langsbury and Jeannie Hutchison, the events leader, said they were happy to support good to see the proposed increase for the overall budget for events and festivals, although they thought it was a concern that the budget rationale refers to only council-led events. This seems to be a common theme through the budget spreadsheet, which is the nub of the plan, and leads to the conclusion that council-led events will have precedence in being boosted from community to regional, or regional to national. It is a concern that key focus areas are George Street Market, Chinese Festival and Matariki. Of these, only the Chinese Festival really plays to Dunedin's strengths. A market is a market is a market, while for Matariki, Dunedin is competing with every other city at exactly the same time. These are weak areas to focus on, let alone commit $250,000 per year. We submit that the increase in budget should be spread more fairly over council-led and community-led events. The plan makes no reference to the huge extra value the city gets out of supporting community-led festivals like Wild Dunedin, which rely on a large amount of volunteer and in-kind support as compared to running events in-house and paying for a full team. We submit that this budget increase should be spread to support existing events with potential for growth ahead of new events. As with the best customer or best staff member, the best event is the one you have. This does seem to be indicated, but the vital issue is one of balance. It would be a shame to promote new events only to lose old ones through lack of support. Item 1.8 says regional events will get $140,000 per year to grow to major event level. We submit that community events should be considered for this growth potential also. And I read out Neil Haraway's submission because he was co-chair of Dunedin Host and an admitted leader in the visitor industry who knows his staff and who's, I think his words speak for himself. And that's why I question the budget so closely. I was happy to support that money going in in January. However, I am a little disappointed to see how it's been allocated. And I am glad that we'll have another chance to talk about it and again when it comes back to council in June. Obviously, this is about whether we approve a budget of $800,000 per annum. I'm happy to support $800,000 for this year, but not for the next 2 years. And I think the justification in those was good. So the only things I can support here are C and D.
To me, that sounded like you wanted to support 800 right through. No. Okay. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate the sentiment behind this motion, and personally I was looking for trade-offs, but that was on day one of our deliberations. Sadly, there has not been enough. The previously voted funding was optimistic, albeit costly, yet I have huge confidence in this events team. In my view, the best the city has ever seen. I'm sure they will do us proud. Hopefully it will help the residents to focus on some great events that will be coming up and take focus off the pain of rates rises that are coming soon. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm a great supporter of events. I was on the inaugural committee of the International Science Festival. And for many, many years I was very involved, including being the chair of ID Dunedin Fashion. And I absolutely support funding for festivals and events. It's the process about this, and it was the reason why I voted against the motion in January. At the staff paper in January, their recommendation was zero funding in year one and then funding subsequently. And on the fly, we added $800,000 into the budget, and then we asked staff to then come back with the plan after their plan was zero, then to come back with the plan of how to spend that $800,000. We are yet to approve what is still the draft events and festival plan. We need to approve that first, and then the funding to follow. And I, like Councillor Barker, have concerns about where the money is allocated, and we haven't had that opportunity to discuss the plan and work out the funding, and that's why I will support this motion, because I still think that we just haven't got the process right in place. We absolutely need to approve the plan and then match the funding in the years for that. There are great. I know there's a lot of support out there. I've had members of the Chinese community call me to say that the work that's been done on, for example, on the Chinese Cultural Festival, they are very supportive of and are excited and see the huge opportunity to grow that. But I just it's about the process for me and then the order in which we do this.
Okay. This motion is absolutely not about asking staff to do more with less.
Point of order.
Pardon? I didn't catch you. I didn't see you waving. Sorry. Would you like to speak?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Please.
you. For me, it's sort of remarkably straightforward that we, for consultation, put out a proposal at the agreed level. I'm looking at those minutes. I see who voted for it, including the mover of this motion. But then there's nothing in the report of feedback on consultation that demonstrated any, let alone widespread objection to what was being proposed. And yet, after sending the staff off to deliver on a request of this council, suddenly at the last minute, you try to reduce it by a substantial amount. I think that is not just inappropriate, it's sort of almost laughingstock territory, and I certainly will not be supporting it.
So this motion is not about doing more with less, it's about doing more with more, but not as much as what this budget says. This motion is about still increasing the budget from 500 by 800, which is a 160% increase. It is a very substantial increase in the budget. It's just about not going to 1.2, which is a 220% increase. And in terms of the number of objections, there were a bunch of objections during the course of our hearings, and some from groups of people, objections to rates rises and debt increases. So people have talked about making budgets on the fly, and this is an example of one of those. It's the ultimate hypocrisy when $100 million has been added to our budgets this week. $100 million extra in debt, plus extra increases in rates. Now, the rates increases are relatively small, but the debt increase is quite a chunk of money. So, what is important to the community? This is a nice to have, but this is not taking away the nice to have. The budget would still increase from 500 to 1.3 million. That's a substantial increase. And it's about balance. And the community has a lot of things that are important to it. Yes, they want nice to haves. They want all of the amenity they can get. You know, they're always looking for increases in amenity, which is natural enough, but they also want pipes and pumps and roads and everything else fixed up, the basics done well. Now, this is in the nice to have basket, and there's a balance to how much money could and should be spent. It's about fiscal responsibility, and it is about what is important to our community. And it's very easy to wax eloquent about, you know, a very large spend, but in my opinion, an extra 800 to take the budget from 500 to 1.3 would be a reasonable increase, and even then it's 160%. So that's where I think we should be, and that would bring a few other things into balance. However, what we've seen during the course of this week is some very large increases that people are prepared to inflict on the budget, and I suspect that there will be, you know, some disquiet about that in the community. However, we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland?
No.
Councillor Barker?
Can I just check, because it's in parts? So I do agree with, don't agree with A and B, but I do agree with C and D. So should we be taking that in parts?
I think it'll be easier and cleaner to wait till the next one, which will include it, because the implementation plan amendments relate to the budget changes in this one. That was all I'll just say. I think the next one will have the implementation plan coming back, but get it well. Oh, sorry.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope,
No.
Councillor Gary,
No.
Councillor Gilbert,
No.
Councillor Houlihan,
No.
Councillor Lucas,
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem,
No.
Councillor O'Malley,
No.
Councillor Walker,
No.
Councillor Weatherall,
No.
Councillor Wiley,
No.
Mayor Raddick.
Yes.
The motion is lost against 11-4-2.
Okay, so now we'll move on to the motion on the papers, which is the council notes the implementation plan and budget allocation as in the papers, and the next steps. So, sorry? Yes, and that has been, Councillor Wiley was going to move that, seconded by Councillor Gilbert. Would you like to speak to that?
Thank you. Thank you for all your comments previously. I'm not going to rehash what I previously said, so if I need a right reply, I'll use that.
Councillor Ackland?
Same. Except I don't get the right to reply.
So, Councillor Gary?
Fully supportive.
All right, so we'll take the, I'll put the motion then. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? No. So 2 recorded, thank you. There we go. Road closures and
No.
we'll do it later.
We're going to get the 9-year plan done, Mr Mayor, while we still have enthusiasm. So,
Radio.
nothing.
Okay, so I move that we move into non-public. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas, all in favour say aye. Okay, and we'll do the confidential agenda now. Where's my agenda?
Councillors, I
Which
might
is
ask
item 22.
Ms. Allen, where's Carolyn? Oops. Yep, just grab it. So it might be useful, councillors,
Yes.
at the start of this item for staff, just to be able to provide you with an update on where all of your decisions have left us, so that we can formally update you on that. But I've just, CFO was on her way, I think. Hayden, you would, yes, she has. So, yep. So Hayden, maybe if you and the CFO would like to join the table at the bottom. Thank you. And so during the course of the meeting, councillors, you've made various decisions and included a number of additional items in the budget, made some changes. I'm not sure there's been terribly many things taken out. So staff have been working to try and capture that as best they can. The budget system we have makes it difficult sometimes to flow that through, so we've done the best we can. Year one will be solid, very accurate, and they will also be able to update you on years 2 and following.
Thank you. So as it stands at the moment, the current rate increase for year 1 is 10.1%. Following that, in years 2, we've got 11.6, 10.9, 7.9, 6.2, 6.5, 6, and then 5.8. 5.8 in the final year.
Could you just say that again? Oh, jinx.
Year 1, 25-26 is 10.1%. Year 2, 11.6. Year 3, 10.9. Year 4, 11.7. Year 5, 6.2. Year 6, 6.5. Year 7, 6.0. Year 8, 5.8. Year 9, 5.8.
Questions? Councillor Eklund.
So the balanced budget, does that still happen next year?
Thank you, Councillor. It doesn't happen in year 1, no, but it happens the following year. Is that right? Yes.
And if I could...
Yes, 26.
I would say, and Lauren's just going to put it up on the board, the year 2 rates increase is higher than was consulted on, and so there's a proposed addition to the resolution on the order paper that Lauren was just getting up, because we are unable to do any work on that at the moment that is meaningful, but the suspense is killing us. So you'll see it's the bottom. No, we don't need the top ones. That's a new resolution there. So we will work, following your decisions today, wherever you land, to look at what we can do to the budgets for in time for the annual plan next year. And it may, we will look to find savings, but it may not be possible, but we will undertake to do that work. It's possible. The level of the capital program currently is high, to my mind, at 235. Is that what it is, Hayden?
232.
So 232 million is a pretty ambitious capital program. So we will, in that new way of financial forecasting that we'll be bringing to you, we'll be looking to update you on that. That means there is likely to be some interest savings if we are not able to deliver at that level, for example, which will feed into the rates increase. There'll be a range of other things that as we roll through the year, we may be able to identify savings.
So there's another possibility as well that we talked about, that I talked about with the financial team, earlier. And that is to say, by having a higher increase this year, first year, 10.1, and some savings in the next 3 years, would bring the, of the 400, would have brought the rates rise down and given us a balanced budget in year one. So how much would it be to give us a balanced budget in year one, which would then make a difference in ensuing years?
To gain a balanced budget in year one, and assuming that we had a 10.5% rate increase, we'd need an additional 375,000
in order
to break even on year one.
Right, and that would give us a balanced budget.
A balanced budget for year one, correct.
And from then on, so that would...
No, 10.5 plus an additional $375,000.
Yep.
So that number would be...
So, personally, I think it'd be worthwhile getting the staff to look at that to see if we could have a balanced budget from this first year. Yeah, well, no, they've got. Oh well, well.
Yeah. So, I need to be clear, councillors, you need to make a decision today if we are able to be in a position to have a plan that is able to be adopted at the end of June. So if you want us to go away and do some work on what we can do for year one, we can come back tomorrow. But we need to be in a position to adopt this week. Would that be fair, Carolyn?
Absolutely. We have 1 week to finalise the document for Audit New Zealand.
Yep.
We're all coming back for an MP's meeting tomorrow. We can come back early and finalise it if we wanted to do that. Anyway.
Yep. What I would say, councillors, is you've made a series of decisions. To be able to go and now randomly pull something out, we would need some direction, if that is what you want, on what that is, because you have added in a range of things into the budgets from that was the staff presented you with at the start of the week, and so we would need clear direction from you if you wanted us to look at certain areas.
Well,
could I ask a question, Chief? If we went with, I'm interested in the impact, the 10.5 in year one that we consulted on, what would be the impact on year two?
With a small saving that I suspect we would find, we would be able to have the rate increase in year two at 10.5 as well. Is that right, Hayden? With a relatively small saving.
10.9, I think.
Just work it out. 1 second.
But councillor, if we want to do this kind of thing, I wonder that you need to take an adjournment and have a discussion, rather than depending on the direction of the meeting.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, this is the first opportunity as a group that we've had to be able to hear the figures. So I've been asking about the figures, which I indicated earlier. Anyway.
The other figure that you probably need to be aware of, councillors, is the debt. And because the debt figures, we are within all our limits, is that right, team? But we, maybe.
Correct.
Long-term ramifications.
We are within our limits. Currently, with the decisions being made, it's an additional $96.9 million of debt since the start of the week, which would bring our total to $1.2 billion.
What is the overall capital program now for the period of the 9-year plan?
The total capital for the whole 9 years is $2.025 billion.
Hayden, could you give the breakdown in year, or at least for years 2 and 3, please? Would that be possible?
So the first year is 231, second year is also 231, third year is 220, fourth year is 236, fifth year is 258, sixth year is 210, seventh year is 185, year 8 is 220, and year 9 is 234.
Hayden, is in your projections, do we get to a point where there is debt repayment in any of those years? Based on
is 1 year 2032. Year 7, only that year though.
Negligible, yeah.
$3.6 million. 3.6 million.
And did you put in that 10.1 for the year 1 as the rates rise, and the percentages thereafter? Did you put that in?
If we had a rates rise of 10.5% in year 1, that would change year 2's rate.
With your 375 as well, so that would give you a balanced budget year 1. There'd be the only point of doing it would be to have a balanced budget year 1.
And you can, so to be careful, while you can solve on 10.5, your rates in year 1 are allowed to go up to 12, was it 12%?
So it's still 12, it's still 10.5, but we've fined 375 from somewhere. Anyway.
The current year 1 limit is 12%. If you were to increase year 1 rates by 1.375, which would give a balanced budget, you'd be looking at a rate increase of 10.7%.
Or alternatively, if we found $375,000 of savings,
yes,
you get to 10.5.
So
yes, yes.
What impact does that have on year 2, assuming the a balanced budget in year 1 and rates at 10.5? That's your question, isn't it, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, 10.5 and 3 plus 375 savings. And how does that flow through?
You'd be looking at 11.2% in year 2. To get that to below 11% to 10.9, you'd be looking to find 800,000.
Right.
For year 2.
To get it under 11.
To get it at 10.9%, correct.
Yep. Sorry? Adjournment. I move we adjourn for 5-10 minutes. Seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye.
Yep. Thanks,
Against?
Mr. Mayor.
Carried.
Hi, Joe.
walk through this, and the key element of that is that we have a balanced budget from year one, at the expense of a slight increase of the rates rise in year one, but a subsequent decrease for the next 2 years. So I'd like to, I'll have a seconder. I'll get Deputy Mayor Lucas to second that. And in speaking to this, I'd like to thank councillors for working at this 11th hour to discuss through the numbers here and get to a balanced budget. So this is the first time for some years that we've actually produced a balanced budget. So that in itself is an achievement. We've also moderated the rates rises that were over 11% down to under that. So we're sitting, under 11% on those first 3 years, and obviously lower in subsequent years. So despite the very large increase in debt that we've taken on board with this budget, and a whole lot of additional community amenity, we have still got to a position that we can actually all agree with. So I think that is an achievement in itself, and I commend councillors for working hard together to get to that point. Who else would like to speak to this? Anyone? Councillor Wiley?
I think the key thing is that it is a balanced budget in my books. And when I look at what the return is going to be for the community, I think there is going to be a lot of, we're setting the city up for a very strong future, because there is a lot of need to haves in capital expenditure to be invested in over the next 9 years. And when we look at the deficits we've had previously, and I go back to the commentary I made at the start of this meeting around the 3.8% rates rise and a $40-odd million capital expenditure, that's what we are having to basically invest in and essentially improve on, because for many years it was all a case of councillors around the table, and I was part of that process. How can we keep the rates down? But when we kept the rates down, we underspent in the city. Unfortunately, the community are going to look at a 10.7 rates increase in my eyes and say, you know what, it should be a lot lower, it should be this, the number, it should be that number. But I would challenge any one of those people to come and have a coffee with me. No, I'm happy to buy them a coffee. Okay, I'm happy to buy them a coffee, as long as they've done the reading, gone through the detail, and actually understood what the 10.7% is going to give the city in return. And I think that's the important part. It's what this rates increase is going to give the city in return, and give them, because I don't think there's any part of the community that's going to miss out when we deliver through this next financial year. There is a lot of things that people will look at and say, you didn't invest in this, you didn't put any money into this, you didn't fund this. What we've had to do is work through where I believe there is the best impact on that basis. Other councillors will turn around and say, we should have put more money here, we should have put more money there. I agree, there are other pieces of what we consulted on and what the feedback we got where we could have put more money. But at the end of the day, to try and come up with a balanced budget at 10.7%, but also the capital expenditure of 231 million straight off, and over 9 years of 2.025 billion, that to me is the legacy I think this council's going to leave, that we invested in the city. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to speak, unsurprisingly, on one item of CAPEX. It's not until now that I have felt confident in the outcome related to Te Awa Otako. To describe the project in brief, Portobello Harrington Point Road Safety Improvement Project, also called Peninsula Connection, and Te Awa Otako, a project that delivers a safe road and shared path on the peninsula side of the harbour to link with the West Harbour shared path, Te Aramoana. This project has been a constant for the 18 years that I have been in local government, and one of 3 community projects, the pool at Mosgiel, the library at South Dunedin, and this project is the last to be completed. I've been present for many of the significant milestones, and today is another of those. From the beginning, it has been a community-led project, and what a community. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge several things and people. The strength was in the shared vision, where mana whenua and the wider community and city stood side by side. I want to acknowledge Upoko Edward Allison. Mana whenua have been nothing less than gracious and generous, and I know that Edward is watching. Through the resource consent process, we would not have secured the resource consent without mana whenua. The extent of reclamation was a major concern, and the agreement to reorder the project and the section of road that mattered most to mana whenua had made a difference. And we were reminded of the injustices of the past when the road was first built by Professor Janine Hayward. I want to acknowledge Edna Stevenson, who is also watching, the local champion who showed passion and commitment. And she put her energy into the Taironi project and now Te Awa Otako. The community boards past and present, councillors past and present who've supported the progress of this project, staff past and present, the community who've made submissions over the last 23 years and taken time to speak at hearings. And wider support in this recent planning round from the ORC, the University Business South, Te Whata Ora, DOC and CCS. I particularly want to acknowledge some individuals, if you'll indulge me. Councillor Richard Thompson, who found a way through in 2014-15. Councillor Neville Peat, who was at the table when it got across the line. Mayor Dave Cull, who was leading the city at the time, and community board members Hawani Langsbury, Natalie Kraitiana, and community board chairs Irene Skur, John Bellamy, and continuing advocacy from current chair Paul Pope. Staff Michael Harrison and Evan Matheson in that early time, and Michael came back to these hearings, Simon Drew and Janine Benson and Scott McLean. The report by staff was so helpful and so thorough. I want to acknowledge Karina Patterson, who led the community effort in 2014-15. And lastly, the children of the 3 peninsula schools, Portobello, McBoard Bay and McAndrew Bay. The key aspects of the project: safety for locals and visitors, resilience, the road is raised to deal with climate change and sea level rise, connection for the communities, livability, attracting new residents. Reputation is safeguarded because we will limit the risk of a tragedy or accident. The economic benefits for tourism and business activity. Mode shift is being encouraged and a healthier lifestyle, and the potential for events, and I mentioned one of those earlier, the near marathon length of the completed project will allow, for example, a wheelchair marathon. This council has ensured that we will finish what was started, keep a promise, honour our relationship with mana whenua. By funding the completion of this project, Te Awa Otako, this council will deliver a world-class asset for our great small city. Te Awa Otako, the total harbour path. And I want to give the last word to the children out of the mouths of babes. And I have 3 pictures here, some you've seen already. And this one is by Carter, Year 8 at Broad-Based School, and he says, thank you DCC for sticking to the plan of building a bike and footpath. And to Sam, Year 8 Broad-Based School, thank you for putting the money in, just don't take it out. Well, Sam, we haven't. It's in there. And finally, the final word goes to Kingston, and he says, thank you DCC for keeping your word.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have, like many others, I'm sure, read the comments already of some people in the public who have said way too much debt, and they are, not happy about some of the costs, and some of them are screaming blue murder. Actually, to be fair, the comments I've read are from one person, and then there was a few comments in the post. And I've read those comments and I've heard you. However, what we've managed to do in this budget is that we have managed to get through so many things for our city at keeping the rates at or lower than what we'd said we'd keep them at. And I realise for the first 3 years the rates are high. There's no doubt about it. That they're not, nobody likes that. There's nothing really, it's not ideal. However, the future years we're looking at 7.9%, 6.2, 6.5, 6, 5.8, 5.8. Those rates are good. And in this next 9 to 10 years, we have a huge amount of investment for our city. Yes, we have increased the debt, but we haven't increased a lot of the rates excessively to what we said we'd do. We've kept it around those amounts that we put out in the LTP. The debt, however, has been put into a special category where OPEX is going to be paid off as debt over a 20-year period using, at the moment, our interest rates are 4%. Over this time, they'll go to about 5% on our figures we've got at the moment. Now, those rates are still reasonably low. And if we're active and vigilant in what we're doing and we clear that off over that period of time, I think it's a really clever strategy to invest in our city, and at a time when interest rates are coming down and are better than they could be, as that investment gets to be done in the city and then paid off over that time. And there is a thing of good and bad debt. And having a debt sitting there that we're paying off as a city, and we're able to invest, and let's just look at some of the things we've invested in. We've repaired, we've looked at funds to basically elevate the whole of the theatre sector, looking at starting with the children's theatre, Playhouse, the Athenaeum, giving that project some money which will provide music venues for our music industry and a theatre venue. We've looked at giving seed funding for professional theatre. That money, though, just to be fair, before you say, oh, look at them overspending all the time, that money has sat in this budget for more than 5 years. Since 2018, that 17.1 million sat there, and then the day came where those people who've been consulted, it disappeared. But what we've done is we've put it back in, and we've said to them, we respect you, we've heard you, and we really appreciate what you do for our city, and we value you. We value the arts in our city, and that's what we've said in these budgets. And we want our city to be vibrant. We believe, I think, by the way we've voted, that having arts in our city, people come here to our city, for many reasons, but it's livable. You've got a vibrancy, you've got things you can go out and go to, and you have our local voices being told in our theatre practitioners. We also invested in other things: Code, Centre of Digital Excellence, Startup Dunedin, Wildlife Hospital. I could go on. We have injected an amount of investment into our city that will help it grow and move forward into the future, and in a really exciting period. I think we're leaving the city in a really good place, and it's exciting. And there's far more people that want investment and want us to help them than there are that are screaming about costs. I realise things are tough. There's no doubt about it. I don't like any rates increase. But when you look at the way we've done this, we've tried to keep rates down, and we've done a lot of investment.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley, in my opinion, is correct. There will always be critics and those who disagree with what and where we spend things. As a council, we consulted on 10.5 for year one, and so to come in at 10.7 to me is remarkable, particularly given the amount of things that we've been able to add back in to the LTP, long-term plan. We are, in varying ways, supporting almost all corners of the community, including sports, theatre, rangatahi, tourism, business, the environment, and the wildlife that share our home. I mentioned during the week that one of the most common comments I got as soon as it came out that I'd put my hand up, every farmer's market there'd be somebody coming up saying have the will and the courage to have long-term vision. And I do believe that a lot of what we're doing is that. The fact that we're coming out with a balanced budget in year one is, of course, absolutely the cherry on the icing of that. But for me, it's everything else that is going into it that is the cake, as it were. Yes, this is complex. There have been compromises that have been made. There are things that have been left out that would have, of course, been lovely to leave in. It would always be wonderful to be able to give everybody all the money that they want and everything that they do want. Unfortunately, that just simply isn't the case. But unlike, I think it could possibly be argued that in the central government frame, when you're making decisions about taxes and costs and things, it's generally nameless, faceless bodies. We are the ones in local government that have to front up, face up, eyeball the public at the pub, at the supermarket, down the street, wherever we may be. And I do feel after this last week that I can do that. I would, however, like to thank two groups. First of all the members of the public that took time to submit, be that in writing or coming in to present to us. It is not lost on me, having sat down there presenting to a long-term plan, just how daunting it may be. And that is even if you are a confident public speaker. That is if you're used to speaking in front of people. Many of the people who submitted and presented to us are definitely not that. Councillor Gary mentioned some of the young ones who came in to speak to us. Exceptionally daunting, I can only imagine, coming in and talk to us. So thank you to them. But last up, just thank you to the staff, all the mahi behind all of this, and the patience and the guidance and the assistance that you have shown us. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to previous speaker for reminding me, before I forget, to thank probably the most important people in this process, which is our staff. Don't know how you do it, wouldn't like your job, and big pat in the back from me. Listen, I ran in a ticket at the last election. There's one coming up soon on the ticket of working to create a vibrant, future-focused 21st century city that looks after its environment and benefits everyone, not just a select few. We've just promised a 10.5, we've gone to 10.7, so we need to justify that increase. And on the point that the councillor next to me made, when you get complaints from the public, I just remind the public and ask you, do you ever complain to Sky TV, Netflix, your electricity provider, and dare I say your supermarket operator, when their costs go flying through the roof? And often for many of those things you just get one thing. So listen, in justifying this rate rise, I'm just going to give you a few of my highlights. I tend to do this at this point of the process every 3 years. My highlights are the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust. I think that's 50k. That's a really wise investment that will leverage many, many more millions of dollars, that will create something in the city that will be a legacy for generations to come. Smaller things like funding the increase to the town belt Kaitiaki. Had a real fear that programme would fall over for a small amount of money. It continues for at least 9 years. Well done to all of you. I think and thank you for supporting my motion around the Tunnels Trust. They've sat painfully for a long time, getting not much done. We've now given them the opportunity to do what they asked, which is to step a wee bit outside, facilitate some things, and let's just watch and see where they go, and let's wish them well in that journey. Also funding the Tomahawk Smales Beach Care Trust and Shetland Street. Again, small amounts for massive return on tiny investments. Some of the bigger things, Startup Dunedin Co, Peninsula Collection, festivals and events we talked about today, are all sensible investments, are, as many others, will resonate well, I think, with the general public, and will add resilience via huge infrastructure spends. I look over that way, but will add amenity and vibrancy that feeds into driving us towards our strategic goal, which you all know, of course, is to make this one of the world's great small cities. The community feedback via the consultation process, I thought, was excellent, including actually some of the unsavoury stuff that we all will have read. A little bit worried about the diction in some of it. Doesn't matter, they were making a point, and that's up for them to do that. But for me, the overwhelming message that came through loud and clear was from the creative arts community. They were well prepared, they were calm, professional in conveying their intense disappointment about us removing funding for a new performing arts venue. They're not wrong, and I believe they were not wrong in holding back in their condemnation of council. Some of the comments will stick in my head for a while, including gaslighting and betrayal, council dilly-dallying. Arts are essential, their infrastructure, good point. And much of what follows is grim and feels akin to staggering onward in a Beckettian landscape. Thank you, Kim, for that one. Waiting a salvation or a release will never come. Those of you who know the play Waiting for Godot will know where that one comes from. What we landed on yesterday, I think, will address much of that. That said, the creative community should remember my warning from yesterday. Don't go home now, put your feet up, open a bottle of champagne and celebrate. Money in the LTP isn't money until it's spent, so keep the energy up. Fulfill the obligations that we have posed for you in some of those motions. Keep dreaming big and don't take your foot off the gas when it comes to impelling us to keep our end of the bargain up. And continuing the Beckett theme raised by Dr. Kim Morgan in her submission, there is an end game here. Sorry for those of you who don't like Beckett, but the play Endgame is about an elderly man in a post-apocalyptic world who awaits for an unspecified end. So, but with clever thinking and determined work from both us and the creative community, our end can be totally specified in a way that benefits all in this cool city of Ōtepoti. And finally, let's remember we're in a cost of living crisis, so we have a responsibility to be cognizant of recent and future rate rises. But rate rises cut both ways. On the one hand, they can impinge disproportionately in the most vulnerable, but on the other hand, in our rush to keep rate rises down, the services that benefit those who are most vulnerable are often the ones that get chopped first. Think place-based funding, and I'll close there by saying, in the context of many of the groups and activities we funded, I personally found the debate around place-based community group funding a little bit depressing, a dark shadow over what on the whole has been a robust and collegiate process. Thank you.
Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This budget, in terms of CapEx and the servicing thereof, is the catch-up football that has already been alluded to, that stemmed from about 2010, when rates increases were kept at approximately 3%. And that happened for about 9 years. What that means is you're not investing in your infrastructure, and at some point, because it's happened again and again and again over the years, at some point a council has to pick that up. Of the CapEx that we have got programmed for the next 9 years, the majority of that is on core council infrastructure. It's as simple as that. And we don't really have much choice there. We have to fund that. And so it drives the debt, because unfortunately at this stage we still don't have a way to pay that back. Hopefully that will come soon. And it drives the rates increase. The rates increases are fundamentally because of the servicing of CapEx through interest payments, depreciation, and the other operational costs that go with it. It was mentioned just a few speakers ago that we've done very well at this 10.7 because we've balanced the budget, which has not been done for a number of years. I agree with that balancing the budget is a definite must. It's a requirement by law. But don't think that we've added a whole lot of things back in, because anything that's been pretty much added this week of any dollar value has been added onto the debt, including grants, as I've already alluded to today. Grants being funded by debt, which I personally believe that is wrong. Various councillors have zoned in on certain favourite items that they've got, and an item that I find, I suppose, that I'm more passionate about, something that I wasn't able to speak on. But it was suggested by Councillor Houlihan that the whole theatre sector has been catered for in this budget. Rubbish. Half of the theatre sector has not been catered for at all, and that half is called musical theatre. It consists of school productions, Scouts productions, community theatre, and those people are predominantly volunteers. They get out and fundraise. For example, the one in Mosgiel just recently, Chess, they sold $160,000 worth of tickets for a community theatre show. Those theatres that stage those sorts of shows, we haven't done anything for. Nothing whatsoever. All we've done is funded the ones who are professional, which means they get paid for doing it, but they can't sell $160,000 worth of tickets for any shows. And the children, that part I agree with the Playhouse, because we have to support young people coming through performing arts. But don't think that we've covered the whole city when it comes to the representation or the support, because we haven't. On a financial note, and I'm well aware that people that are on fixed incomes struggle with rates increases. But if you've got a house similar to the house that I live in, which is roughly about average in terms of price across the city, our rates at the 10.7% increase will go up by roughly about $7 a week. And again, I'm not taking away from the fact that some people will struggle with that, but in the scheme of things, when you look at what else has gone up by $7 a week, and you've only got to go to the supermarket to know that, let alone your other utility providers. So when you put things into perspective, I think this budget is okay in terms of the rate increases, but I don't think it's okay in terms of the debt that's been added. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I happy where the rates increases finished? Far from it. Could we have shown more financial discipline? Of course. The cynical view could be we have splashed the cash in an election year. Those who will be smiling will once again be the Peninsula community, with sports and arts also benefiting hugely this time round. I'm sure the Brighton community will not be happy with what we've voted on this time round. However, this 9-year plan is more community focused than any I can recall. Are double-digit rates increases sustainable? No, they are not. So in the context of this budget, And in that context, this budget has definitely failed. Yet I think it was doomed to failure from the start. We will all have to cop the backlash from the silent majority if we have got the balance wrong in September. I would also like to acknowledge Mayor Raddick for trying the hardest of all around this table, who has attempted to keep rate rises to a minimum. There was also a saying that actually springs to mind that my father used to say years ago actually. It's not what you pay, but what you end up getting for your money that counts. A 10.7% increase from a starting point of 10.5% with what we intend to deliver and achieving a balanced budget is a remarkable outcome. Last year's rate rise was obscene. This year's rates increase is challenging. However, we have turned the corner. I wish this was a beer. Cheers.
Councillor Mayhem.
Mr Mayor, I have a little whakatauki. He aha te kai o te rangatira. He kōrero, he kōrero, he kōrero. What is the food of the leader? It's knowledge and it's communication. We've spent 4 days talking and working through all of this, and I'm really happy with the outcomes. I'd like to thank everyone who took the time to submit. I'd like to thank my colleagues for their focus these last few days, and particularly I'd like to thank the staff for all of the incredible work that you do behind the scenes, and it does not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. The lion's share of our rates goes to Three Waters, roading and footpaths. But I'm personally happy with the careful consideration that my colleagues have given to all of the requests that we received from the community. I'm hoping that the Deputy Mayor will be able to sleep better tonight, knowing that we finally will have a balanced budget after so many years. Cherry on top. We are investing in the right way. This year's 9-year plan focused on our assets, their condition, climate change impacts, zero carbon targets, cycle connections, uplifting our rangatahi, supporting the Youth Council, building new playgrounds and upgrades, event funding, and a highlight for me was the reinvestment in our creative communities, the theatre networks. We considered also what we were required to do by law, and also our ability to deliver that and how we're going to pay for it. By keeping our debt limits within the debt limits, I hope that we've got a capacity to fund any unplanned events in the future too, if we need to. So thank you again, everybody, for all of the hard work that you've put into this, and I'm very happy with what our annual plan looks like. The long-term plan deliberations, I believe, have been very successful. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. During the verbal submission, someone said that we were living in a comfy fairy bubble. And I think actually we've had an uncomfortable, scary struggle. We've been talking about $7 billion over 9 years. And we have not just been talking about it for the last 4 days. We've been talking about it for 2.5 years, all of the time that we have spent in council. We have to listen to the people. This is the reason that we went out, was to listen to the voices of the people submitting. And one of the key things that I wrote down was bite the bullet now to invest in our future. And that is some of those tough decisions that we've made. People also said investment now makes Dunedin magnetic tomorrow, make us the most attractive place to settle in Aotearoa. Dunedin can be an example to the rest of the world, something that will serve Dunedin for generations. So this is what the people who were coming to council were asking us to do. They also said the Dunedin ethos is functional, not flashy. The arts group said, we are on life support, we need your help. And the cycle people said we are the black hole of the Otago Cycle Network. We don't need a Rolls Royce, we just need a really good trail. Ideas are easy, execution is hard. Also, arts is the cake, not the icing, and then looking after what we've got. it's a really important, I think, when we look at the document, which is a good document, it talked about finding balance. And from the document, it said, as council, it's important to find the right balance between meeting our community's needs and aspirations, making sure that the things we have are well maintained while keeping rates affordable. And that's the document that we send out to our public and the one that they consulted on. And I feel like cheering loudly, or bearing loudly, as Councillor Weatherall said, to get a balanced budget, finally after many years of not managing that, and adding around $100 million to debt over that time with its attendant interest. And this long process sort of started in 2023, and we hit a blip, or we could call it a bleep, with the water reform uncertainties. And with 2020 hindsight, I kind of wish we'd done the long-term plan in 2024, because when I go back to my notes of that time, it talked about the dangers of doing a long-term plan, an election year. However, despite our differences around the table, I feel like we have got there together, and I know it's been very hard and we all have different opinions, but I think that not that we pat ourselves on the back, because this is 10.7% rates rise and it hits everybody in their back pocket. I think we've been challenged because of the framework around this, because we've been doing, as we mentioned, our strategic review, our grants review, reviews of Enterprise Dunedin venues, which are incomplete and make some of those decisions challenging. So we do need that good framework and vision to help guide us. So, someone said you need a 100-year plan, and I think we should think about that as well, not just a 9-year plan. When we're talking about the $7 million, we've got $7 billion. We've got $2 billion in capital budget, but we also have $5 billion in the revenue for operational expenditure, and most of that, a third of it, is going on water. And I think mentioned during some of the speeches was that people are going to get a bit of a surprise when they get that ring fence water, because water costs us a huge amount. 15% on roading and footpaths, 11% on city properties, and 10% on community recreation. Also, just want to say some of the other rates rises around, we're kind of sitting in the middle. Hawke's Bay Regional Council 18%, Hamilton 15.5%, Central Otago 14%, Lower Hutt 12.8%, Tauranga 12.5%, Wellington 12.2%, Whakatane 11.7%, and Dunedin 10.7%. So I do think that when we look at sitting in that rates rise and comparing it to what other cities are having to catch up with, we are in a better place. And I think it's been mentioned that we've actually spent a lot of money on the infrastructure and playing catch up as well. So I think that we are today biting that bullet to get that balanced budget. We've put a lot of stuff back in the budget, like the performing arts budget, the transport with the zero carbon implications as well. So we have listened to the public that have come in the consultation. We haven't given everybody everything that they wanted, but I feel like we've come along a path.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank the staff and particularly acknowledge Carolyn Hayden and Sharon, who have had the long-term plan that's probably has seemed to be never ending, and I really appreciate, and particularly all the work that you three have done over probably 18 months on this document. And in our 3-year term of council, doing the long-term plan is the biggest piece of work and some of the most important decisions and direction for the city that we make. And it's no surprise that I sit here very disappointed. If nothing, I'm consistent and I'm transparent. I even had people text me during the meeting saying how transparent, obviously, my face is during the past 4 days. Councillors, we've spent the last 4 days adding more and spending more of other people's money, our ratepayers and our residents' money. And I remind you yet again of the many speeches you all made, colleagues, when the decision was made to retain Aurora, that we couldn't be able to do everything that people would want when it came to the long-term plan. We would need to cut our cloth. Well, colleagues, I suggest that the interim period between when we made that Aurora decision and today, you've all been out weaving more cloth. I haven't. Our priority back then was that Aurora CapEx would be our priority for our funding, and we would have to make significant savings within our within our budget. I think almost without exception in your speeches over the last 4 days and in many other meetings, you've said you've been listening to our community. Well, I would like to suggest that the communities you've been listening to obviously have no problem paying their rates. I'm hearing from so many people, and there was a threat of affordability in the many submissions that we received. I think there has been some selective listening, and I'll use the example of the international admission fees at Toitu and Art Gallery for the community they listen to. We've raised many expectations for loading up year 3 in the long-term plan. For example, an extra 60+ million in zero carbon projects. Is this good decision making? I could be cynical and suggest we're just passing the buck to the incoming council. Who knows, we'll be sitting around this table come October. We have loaded up not only the rates increase but the capital program and therefore the debt, over 1.2 billion by year 9. I'm concerned that our capex over the 9 years is over $2 billion. This is a huge undertaking, and I question the ability of the organisation to be able to deliver the capital program each year, plus give us the capacity to undertake anything urgent that comes up. And we would be naive to think, for example, that we won't hear again from the performing arts and that there will be more money required. I thank staff for providing us the detailed budgets, and I'm not sure how that has helped my colleagues in being able to understand the budgets here. I know, for example, I do know for a fact that Councillor Barker has delved into them, and I have too, and we've found it very educational and understand how the budgets are made up. I was paying to add items to the long-term plan, and I haven't slept at all well this week. The spend has directed us, sorry, I can't even read my own handwriting. The government has directed us to look at our spending, and I think if we got a report card issued today, I think it could be we could do better. I can't support the rate rise and the level of debt, but I am absolutely supportive of being able to deliver a balanced budget in year 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a difficult process, we all acknowledge that, and it would be nice if members of our community, including those who submitted, actually had to sit at the sharp end of the decisions that we've faced. I'm pleased that this is a good outcome in my view. I think we've balanced a lot of conflicting imperatives, and at a time when our national economy and the international economy are hardly tranquil, I think we've made the right decision to not slash and burn as others have. We've seen from the figures that were read out to us that we're actually comparatively doing very well compared with our fellow New Zealand cities, and that's thanks to previous decisions. But what pleases me most about the contents of this budget after consultation is that not only have we made some major moves in improving our physical environment, we've supported important biodiversity projects around the traps, but we've also supported a large number of community activities and organisations, all of which generate economic activity. So by keeping things ticking over, if you like, or more than, by supporting activity, action, construction and other groups in other ways around our city, we are making sure that Dunedin will stay one of the best small cities in the world.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the CEO and all her staff for the hours and hours and hours of blood, sweat and tears, probably since last January when we were starting to gear up for what we thought was going to be a 10-year plan. And it must be, like Councillor Walker said previously, it must be a thankless job, so I just want to acknowledge that. And possibly because our council is so diverse in terms of our perspectives and what we think should be our priorities collectively. I just want to acknowledge something that I heard in a community builders hui, I think. We're talking about equity, funding for equity, what that means. And we talk as if the city is one big, huge thing. There are actually many Dunedins. And it's curious to me, in terms of some of the decisions that have been made, when we talk about livability, and I think some of the decisions we have made are for livability of certain number of Dunedins, not necessarily the most deprived. I just want to quote Morgan Edwards, who is a PhD student here at Otago, and he has a blog. It's called New Economics Management, and the topic of his PhD is actually investigating the myth that we think that government finances is like a household, and we believe that taxation and bond issuance, that's what government issues through their finances, through their financial policy. The actual fact is that the government, the state, is self-financing. It's got nothing to do with our tax dollars. So that's the topic of his PhD, and he said on Monday, a post-budget thing, he quoted Keynes, the great economist, and he said that Keynes said the difficulty lies in not in the new ideas but escaping from the old ones. And one of the things that Mr. Edwards quotes is the notion of fiscal responsibility. And fiscal responsibility has, as I said in an earlier debate this week, it actually allows gross inequities between the poor and the most wealthy, and that's what we're grappling with. And so it's all about context, I guess. I mean, Councillor Vandervis has said that if it was up to me, it would be 300% rates. Well, yeah, but what I think he doesn't appreciate is, I know that the economy is a construct. It's all about political will. It's all about our values. And if we decide that we are going to take care of the most vulnerable and grow from there, I think it'll be an amazing city.
Right, thank you. In replying to this, I'm certainly not going to go around refuting what people in the room have said, except to repeat what many of them said. And I believe what they said was very heartfelt, and I too am very heartfelt in wanting to thank the Chief and the staff, the senior and executive team, and the phenomenal job they've done, and the mind-boggling patience they've had to sit here for 4 days and only be asked the occasional questions. But I'd also like to single out the finance team, Hayden, Mr. McAuliffe and Ms. Allen, because in particular Hayden has made his program so he's been able to give us answers, and together they've worked hard on answers throughout the course of this week. And it has been a long and torturous path to get to where we're at, because when I think back to where we started this process more than a year ago, maybe it might have been 18 months ago, started talking about the long-term plan, we started at a rates rise of 12.5% for every year of 10 years. And we have ended up with, 3 years back, well, close to 10%. The objective was to try and get under 10%, but we're still starting with a 10. But it was never the objective to get way down to 3 or 4 or 5, because the costs that local government and we ourselves face every year is more than just the CPI. It's more than just cost of living increases. We've also got interest rate rises because we are carrying a chunk of debt, but we've also got ever increasing depreciation that has to be funded because the value of our assets have been revalued and revalued up quite substantially. So all of those costs have to come in before we even add any extra amenity. And the thing that characterises our annual plan and long-term plan hearings is the fact that 90% of the people that come and talk to us want more amenity, not less. There's no one coming and asking for less amenity. They're all coming, a majority, vast majority, coming asking for more amenity, and only a few are coming asking for less rates rises. And so we've gone a long way to supplying a very much increased level of amenity for our city, and not everybody around this table has gotten everything they wanted. I don't know that anyone has got everything they wanted, but everybody around the table has voted to increase amenity in some area or other, in more than one, in some areas or others. So everybody has worked to try and improve the city in which we live and make it better for a range of different constituents, and everyone is mindful of the cost. So we've got, in the final analysis, we've gotten the cost of the rates rise down, and we've produced a balanced budget, which is the first for many years. So that's a significant improvement on the situation. But not only that, the vast majority of our expenditure is on the basics. It's on fresh water, wastewater, stormwater, and transportation, the roads, the footpaths, and just the core basics of local government. That's where the vast majority of our expenditure goes. Unfortunately, most of the community want to talk about amenities, but we need those amenities in order to make a livable, vibrant city. So we can expect that we will have a more livable, vibrant city. The livability and vibrancy of our city will be added to by what we have voted for. And so I would also like to thank all the councillors, because we've done it. We haven't ended up in a position of great rancour and argument and disharmony. We've ended up with something that it appears to me, that we can all vote for, and we've got a reasonable compromise and a reasonable balance between all of the things that our community has asked us for and we personally want. So, and we have listened to what people want, and that includes having a landfill, which is a significant item of infrastructure that there is some objection about for the cost. However, it is the responsible thing to do. And so there's a range of things there that we have done to improve the city, and the fact that we started spending early on water means we're in a position to retain ownership of the water and fund it within our limits going into the future. That's a significantly good outcome for this city, thanks to our expenditure. Having said that, I'll now put the motion. All those... Really? Okay. Because there's only some of us here. Really? No.
No.
Really?
You can't split it up. You can't split it up.
I think it...
Approving something is different.
Councillors, just a bit of... A councillor is free to ask for things to be taken in parts. That standing orders allows for that.
Hmm.
So is it B and C?
Although the D does fit.
Really?
A and then B, C, and then D, E. Is that correct?
Which one do you want?
I think just C is the one. Yeah, so we'll just take, we'll take parts A, B, D and E and coming back to C next, okay? So.
It's not quite right, I don't think. Mr Mayor, for completeness, I think just take them individually. That'll be quick.
Okay.
And you may not need to do them all by division. Let's see.
No, that's right. I think, yeah, because the meeting will record who's here at the time. Okay, so part A, approve staff comments for feedback. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. B, approves the changes to draft budgets resolved at this meeting for adoption by the council. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Thank you. And golly, I will join that with a no as well. However,
That then, please.
okay. All right. Can you recall? Yeah, Part B by division.
Is that, can I ask a question on that? Is that the part where Councillor Lucas put the motion to change the OPEX? Is that what?
No.
B is approving the 9-year plan budgets, essentially.
It says approves the changes to the draft budget.
So that includes the 15 million for the Eagles Centre, is that correct?
Well, and 60, 80 million for the
So just
transport. Okay.
by division B.
So
Okay.
let's go division for Part B.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherell.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
No. Now, I think noting that the rates rises would be okay. You happy with that? Okay. By division notes that this means an overall rate increase. So by division, because I think whilst we might not like the changes to the draft budgets, we do know that it means what the rate increase is going to be.
So this is C. Sorry.
Yep,
Just trying
Part
to keep
C.
up.
By division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherell.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 12-1.
Parts D and E. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Thank you. We can move on to the second last item, which is item 23, the submission on the University of Otago Dunedin Campus Activation Review. Ms. Moran will come to the desk.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Unfortunately, I haven't got staff with me. They've gone home, but I will just preface this with there will be some minor amendments made. There's some spelling errors in paragraph 4 and 5. There will also be an additional reference added referencing the Sophia Charter, which aligns with DCC's with the review of DCC, and it will highlight DCC's involvement in the Charter, and that that our submission supports the terms of reference contained in that Charter.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see none.
Sorry.
Question, yes.
I note we make no reference to, and I don't know whether this is the right place to make it, to do with reuse of heritage buildings and anything to do with parking, and also our, speaking as a mother of a student, how students would prefer that there was somewhere where they could socialise rather than having to socialise in their flats.
If the CEO is happy to make a further amendment.
Given the lateness of the day, if councillors are happy, that if I get some wording circulated to me that I am happy with, I will include that within the ambit of in that resolution where it gives me an ability to make minor amendments with the leave of the meeting. If people are happy with that, I'll add something in.
Sure. And I note that there is a bit of commentary in there about social venues. Yep. Yep, certainly. Okay. No more questions? Radio. I'll put the motion.
Sorry.
I'll move it.
With the with the amendments as discussed. Just rather, Nicola has outlined 3 that aren't in there, so I think
Right.
just for completeness.
Yep.
Just capturing them.
Okay. Righto. There we go. Happy with that? So I'll move this. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Gary, yes.
Just very quickly wanted to say that it was discussed, this was discussed extensively at the recent Sophia Charter hui that the Mayor and Mr Henderson and I attended, and it's a very thorough review, and I was surprised there wasn't mention in the University of Otago's wording about Sophia Charter, but it's really important that we do add that in, so I have confidence that'll be done appropriately because it speaks to a number of the things that are asked for there.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 24, road closures. Do we have any questions? Quiet, please, quiet. Are there any questions?
I seriously do have a question,
Mayor
and I know
Lucas.
it's too late because it's been advertised.
Happy to move.
Wait,
For the All Black activation,
quiet, please.
I noticed that George Street is closed up to Moray Place, and then the Octagon's closed. So is that intention that that part of George Street between Moray Place and the Octagon is open when everything else around it is closed? Just seemed odd. See, I do read it. Just proves that I actually read road closures. It's too late. It's been advertised.
Yeah, that's been advertised and consulted on, so noted. Yep.
Okay, so it's been advertised and consulted on. It is as it reads. Yes, no further questions? Thank you, Mr McLean.
Thank you
No
for your
further
question.
commentary. It's been moved by Councillor Benson Pope and seconded by Councillor Ackland. Did you want to speak? No. No one wants to speak? Does anyone want to speak? Great. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. I now declare the meeting closed before 5 o'clock, amazingly enough.